Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Hello?
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the table. Dati mihi ang conference service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Is that correct?
All right, sorry guys, I'm trying to do 6 things at once and failing at both of them. So hold on just 1 second here as we get... Okay, sorry. Hey, I'm here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. We're going to be going back to court here in just a moment. In the meantime, we've got last-minute permission from the court up in Alaska to rebroadcast their court feed, not the media feed, the court feed, under some special circumstances. So we've got that going over on Top Mark Media to comply with their order. Give me just 1 second here. We got a couple things. Leanne, let me, are you there? There you are. Congratulations. We're going to give to you the internet. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. Just glad to have it off my shoulders, quite honestly. So thank you. And let's see, we're going to go to court right here and let me get this other one working. We have audio, but it doesn't show on air yet. Okay. We'll kill that feed for a second. I need it to work. Doesn't help if it's not going out. YouTube Studio. Copy the default stream key. Now go to my switcher. It should be right here. And it can't see it. That's nice. That could be part of the problem. All right, we're going to be going back to court in just a second, but I've got to get this sorted out. The same thing. Now I have to see it over here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I'm sorry. We're going to be going back to court. It should be fine on its own as soon as I can get it up. But I can't show it here on my channel. It has to be on Top Mark Media. And I can't give permission to rebroadcast. It's one of those weird rules.
If you could just use your words.
Okay, just 1 second. Where do I need to go? Switch accounts. Top Mark Media. Why don't I have Top Mark Media on here? Don't look at my password, guys. Third time's the charm. All right.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Enable auto start. There we go. That was my problem. And copy. Switch this to a notepad. Paste. Got it. Change networks really quickly.
In front of the Walmart.
This happened like right as we were about to go live. Is anyone else constantly buffering? Nope. Nope. I'm looking good on my end.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We need to address something.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Do I have to reboot this?
Wisconsin versus Kevin Lychwick, 24 CF 1881 appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Ann Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick.
Welcome, Ben.
Mr. Lychwick appears in person in custody. He appears as he was this morning. He still is dressed in jail orange with the green coat covering him. He is seated. Is he still in a wheelchair? My deputy confirms he is in a wheelchair. I may have neglected to make a record of this morning, but standby counsel Pablo Galaviz was also present this morning. He was in the courtroom in the front row of the gallery all morning, and he is once again present in the courtroom this afternoon. It is 1:02. Madam Clerk, do we have our jurors? Okay, it sounds like our jury may still be assembling. I told them to come back at 1, so we'll give them a few more minutes. While we're waiting, Attorney Thompson, anything to place on the record?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these proceedings. I am unprepared for them, both medically and with counsel.
Understood, Mr. Lychwick, and as I said before, your objections are noted for the record.
I think he's not happy about how things are going. Okay, I'm rebooting my computer that's going to be streaming the Alaska trial. It's just starting. We've missed opens. Their permission was a little late getting to me because I was a little late asking for it.
All right.
So you said 2011? Yeah. I would have been on the late 60s. I think
The Alaska trial is Alaska versus Hildebrandt. It's a military member accused of killing his wife. Got permission from the court to restream the court feed, which normally they don't allow.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Gives us all the angles.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Make sure everyone's situated, and we are ready to resume testimony. Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Dr. Truesdale, and she's just in the hallway coming in.
Dr. Truesdale.
No, Christy.
Okay, top mark's working. Just took a minute. Looks like the jury's coming in over there. Top Mark Media is going to have just a clean feed of that trial. And it features our logo, which we don't show you very often. That's cool. For those that are curious.
All right, Dr. Truesdale, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. And when you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Break again.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. The black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself situated nice and close to that. And when you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Jana Marie Truesdell. First name Jana, middle name Marie, last name T like Tom, Ruesdell.
And Dr. Truesdale, how are you employed?
I am a consultant anthropologist. I am also the director of the FEPAC accredited forensic investigation program at UW-Platteville.
And are you also a consultant for the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office in your capacity as a forensic anthropologist?
I am.
And do you know approximately how many times over your career that you have consulted with the ME's office here in Waukesha County?
5 or 6 times.
Okay. And how long have you been a forensic anthropologist?
Well, I began my training in 2009, and I graduated with my doctorate in 2016, 17, that kind of area.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? Dr. Truesdell, do you see a document on your screen?
I do.
Do you see the exhibit sticker of number 115?
I do.
Is this a 5-page document?
It says it is.
Okay. I will then scroll down, and if you could follow along with me, and I'll have some questions for you at the end. Okay, do you recognize Exhibit 115?
I do.
Is this your curriculum vitae?
It is.
And do you add to this as you continue on in your training and your experience in your career?
I do.
Is it accurate up until this point today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 115 into evidence, please.
Any objection to the admission of 115, Mr. Lychwick?
I object strenuously.
What is your legal basis?
These proceedings are a travesty of justice to begin with.
Your objections to the proceedings are irrelevant to this exhibit. This exhibit will be received into evidence.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Truesdell, you were telling us about how long you've been a forensic anthropologist. Can you go through for the jury your education?
From the very beginning?
Yes, please.
Sure. So I had
She's
a previous
thinking about
career
travesty of
as a
justice right now.
performer, and then went back into anthropology.
As a performer?
I
What?
went back to the bachelor's level at 2008 to get a certificate of major in anthropology from the University of Milwaukee.
Was she
I
on
then
Broadway?
did my first master's degree at the University of Central Lancashire, or UCL. That's in the north of England, and I started there 2009 and then graduated 2010. Then I went and did a second master's, also in England, this time in London, at UCL, or University College London, and that was 2010 to 2011. I then did my doctoral degree at the University of Oxford, also in England, and I submitted my thesis in just at the end of 2016, right at the beginning of 2017, but then actually graduated in 2018.
In continuing through your CV, you are currently an associate professor of forensic investigation. Is that correct?
It is.
And which school is that through?
University of Wisconsin-Platteville.
Okay, and can you tell me about the classes you teach at UW-Platteville?
In the fall, I teach medical legal death investigation. I am a board-certified medical legal death investigator, so I teach that class. I also teach what's called Forensic Firsts, which is the history of forensics and ethics, things like that, what put each discipline, like fingerprinting or DNA or anthropology, on the map, as it were, with the cases that sort of put them on the map. So that's that one. In the spring, we do forensic anthropology. And then we also do decomposition and the postmortem interval, which is showing students the trajectory of normal decomposition and the things that could sort of change it or inform on it. And then we place pigs, which are stand-ins for humans. They're the closest to us. So we place pigs out for several months, and we watch that trajectory as we've learned it in the classroom.
Just watch them live and graze in the field.
In different environments to show things that could alter things. So, and then I also teach senior seminar, which is the students' capstone projects. They can choose anything they like as long as it's forensic. So we do that for the entirety of the semester. They do, there's 30 projects in a semester, so there's quite a variation. And then any independent study anybody would want to do, I tend to do more anthropologically based ones. But I will do anything that anyone wants to do and is curious about.
Now, prior to being at UW-Platteville,
she says she's down for whatever, guys.
At
she likes
University of Wisconsin Parkside.
Weird experiments.
And what was your role at that school?
I taught 2 1-week-long courses, so one in the winter and one in the summer. The one in the winter is, again, about death investigation and how to properly perform investigations and what you should look for, how to collect the most detail from the perspective of the body. What would they want at an autopsy? Should this be an autopsy or not? Those kinds of things, and those are centered around the pioneer of death investigation as we know it now, whose name was Frances Glessner-Lee.
She's
so
the friend that
in the summer
you
it
sent
is
an idea to me, like, hey, let's go do this crazy thing. She's like, sure.
Meaning we put a plastic skeleton in the ground, and then we go through the process of how, in an actual case, we might recover those remains. So starting out looking at aerial photographs, topography, that kind of, what does the lay of the land look like? We then have cadaver dogs, drones. They winnow down to where we think that the plastic skeleton is, and then we find it, we map it, and then we excavate it and bring it out of the ground. We then take it into the lab and look at the bones themselves to see what they can tell us from an anthropological point of view.
Doctor, you referenced a name in there. Do you have a spelling for that name?
Frances, Frances, Glessner, Glessner.
That's correct.
Lee.
Good job. Good job.
Now, you referenced being a consulting forensic anthropologist for the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Do you also consult with any other counties in the state of Wisconsin?
I do.
And which ones are those?
Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha currently.
Court's on break right now.
And anyone who wants to get in touch, but I work most often with them.
Okay. Now, as a forensic anthropologist, do you have any professional affiliations?
I do.
And can you describe some of those for the jury, please?
I am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I am also a board-certified member of the Medical Legal Death Investigators, the board, so ABMDI. I am a member of the Wisconsin Coroner and Medical Examiners Association here in Wisconsin, the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. I am also a member of the Society of Medical Legal Death Investigators. I am an active team member on a response team that, say, a plane goes down or something like that. We would respond to that.
Who forms these clubs?
2 of those. So there's Kenyon which could be just property. And the last time that I was called for that is when COVID was first hitting New York. So, but then I'm also a consultant with what's called DMORT, which is the Disaster Mortuary Operations Response Team. And I am an anthropological or a forensic anthropologist for them.
Are you currently in the certification process for the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists?
I am.
How long does that certification process take?
It can take years. They have they've just changed the application process, so now it's a minimum of 2 years, but it generally would take a little bit longer than that.
Okay, and why, as a forensic anthropologist, why is it important to be board certified in all of these areas, and in particular the one you're going through now?
Board certification or certifications in general are important for anthropologists because it introduces standards. So we want to make sure that we're all at least exposed to best practice. So we all agree the way we want to do this is the best way to do it. So we called that sort of standards, just generally standards. So we're all on the same page doing the same things. And that way we can review each other and say, I agree or I don't agree. So that's important for any kind of labs that are running any kind of tests, but it's important for us as well. Even though we are more subjective in a lot of our assessments, we have that sort of safety net of that everyone has the same information and we can all check each other. It's also important to, just like going to conferences and being a member of the things that I just had mentioned, it's important because it keeps you current in the field. You didn't just, learn something 20 years ago and haven't updated your knowledge. You're constantly renewing and learning new cases and meeting with each other and getting advice. And so you're making sure that you're still current in the field. So that's another reason that you would do that.
What is the focus of forensic anthropology?
Forensic anthropology could be defined as just having specialist knowledge of the skeleton, in our case the human skeleton, although we do need to know how it looks different from different non-human skeletons. But for the human skeleton, having specialist knowledge in that and then applying that to the law, to legal contexts. That's the gist, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you are consulting with these various offices in the state of Wisconsin, are you sometimes called in to assist with identifying skeletonized remains?
Yes.
And what about a trauma analysis of the bones that are recovered?
Forensic anthropologists have a lot of things that they do. Helping with identification is one of the main ones. Who was this person? What did they look like? How old were they? Is it consistent with someone we maybe think it is, or do we not know at all and we need to generate something that we can go look for someone? But also, so that's a big one. But then also probably the second one would be a trauma analysis, as you've said. So a trauma analysis is maybe they already know who they think it is, but they want to know what happened to them or didn't happen to them. So that would be where that would fall. We also, if they were looking for a person, if they didn't know where they were, they just knew they were out there somewhere, we would be asked to help search for that person, and then we would call it recover them and bring them back to the medical examiner's office, so then we could examine them. There's many things that we do, but I think identification is one of the main ones, and trauma analysis would be second, with recovery probably third.
As part of your consultation, are you also assisting in interpreting decomposition?
Yes.
And does that include kind of looking at what's maybe normal or not normal in certain environments or situations in which remains are recovered?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, have you testified in court before regarding your consultations with medical examiner offices as a forensic anthropologist?
I have.
Okay. And is this your second time testifying in court?
It is.
Okay. Now, when are you called, or under what circumstances are you called in by a medical examiner's office to assist?
Well, any of the reason, it depends on what they how extensive their need is. So I could be called to say someone was walking their dog and they found remains in the park or something like that, and then they would say, can you come help us make sure that those remains are recovered properly, and then so you would do the recovery there and sort of control that scene from the point of the skeleton. Then you would have the skeleton would be transported to the medical examiner's office. Then if they wanted to say, what do we know about this person? What can you tell me about this person? Who are they? Who could they have been? You would do the full analysis, what's called a biological profile, which is, there's 4 main components: age, biological sex, stature, how tall were they? And then also, what am I thinking? So age, biological sex, stature, any kind of, I'm blanking, but there's essentially a lot of things that we can show to say, oh, I'm sorry, what did the person look like in terms of, we say population affinity, but essentially their ancestry, we would know that better as. So those are the 4 main ones. And then also if there's any pathology, so did they have any sort of disease pathway that would be unique to them? Did they have any distinguishing marks on their bones that maybe they fell out of a tree when they were 8 and there's a scar, something like that. So you would be able to build up who this person might have been, what their life was like. And then if they had trauma, you would assess that and say, this happened to this person, it was well before death, so it didn't have anything to do with how they died, or maybe it's right at the time of death, so it could have been. Those kinds of things. Is the decomposition consistent? So if someone has something that's called adipocere, which is sort of a waxy substance, we get that when things are humid. So someone found out in a desert, that would be inconsistent. And so you would have to explain that. So the body maybe was moved, or it was maybe kept somewhere, or there was something that was just sort of unique about that burial that caused that. But it's a discussion that you would have about it. So you just...
Dr. Truesdale, I'm not sure what the original question was. Why don't we move on to the next question? Or if you have follow-up to that answer, I just didn't want it to go too narrative there.
No, that's fine. That was exactly what I was asking, what all those different circumstances are in which, and it was helpful for you to give examples.
Yes, and so in Emmy's office.
Hang on, just wait for the next question.
Now, are you also called in situations where maybe it's a cold case or a homicide, or maybe it's a suspicious or a questionable death?
All of these things?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is it fair to say that anytime we're looking at a skeleton, that would be a time where you would be called in to assist?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in hearing everything about what your role is there a particular task which is not something that you do as part of your...
Now, I think we're all caught up. Hold, please.
And is it for the medical examiner's office case number WK24-2635?
It is.
And this report WK24-2635 to it, since you provided it to the medical examiner?
Hang on, this one right here.
This report that you prepared, have you made any changes or corrections to it since you provided it to the medical examiner's office?
No.
And you signed each page of your report, is that correct?
Correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 116 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 116?
Yes, I have. I haven't been able to, I object to all these proceedings. I have not been able to counter these
All right, Mr. Lychwick.
expert witnesses with my own.
Stop. I'm asking the jury to disregard the statements of Mr. Lychwick. It's not a proper objection for a legal basis, and it is an attempt to pass information to the jury. So your objection, though, is noted and it is overruled. The exhibit will come into evidence.
Now, Dr. Truesdale, when you are first sitting down to write your report, do you include information about how you first came to be involved in this particular case with the Waukesha ME's office?
Yes.
And does this case involve human remains that were recovered on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Yes.
And when was the first time then you went to the medical examiner's office here in Waukesha County after being contacted and your assistance was requested?
Okay, hang on one moment. Dr. Truesdale, I recognize that you have a notebook or something up there. I'm going to ask you to not refer to that. You can refer to your report, which has been admitted into evidence, or if there's other information that you would like to see from the prosecution to refresh your recollection, but I ask that you not refer to anything that's not already in the court record then. So, Attorney...
How many times she testified?
Thompson, if you want to ask a different question or re-ask the question, or if you have an answer to that question. Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
11, it was, actually, can you just go scroll up a few... It's down, I'm sorry, the other way.
The other up.
So it was 11/1/2024.
Okay, and the day prior, were you contacted by the medical examiner's office and your assistance was requested?
I was, yes, I was called prior to that, and we decided on that later date.
Okay, now, once you arrive at the medical examiner's office on November 1st of 2024, was there already an examination in process as to the remains that were recovered on October 30th of 2024?
There was.
And when this initial process has started, are you getting in there right next to Dr. Scheel, or are you standing back for the time being?
I am obviously allowing her the space she needs to do her work, but I am watching very close by.
Okay, so at this point, you are more of an observer than an actual participant in the examination. Is that fair to say?
A close observer, as in if she points to something, I will come and look at it, or, you know, we're collaborating in that, but she's the one that is doing the examination closely with her hands, and I'm more, unless she points something out to me, but I am there next to her.
Okay. And were you aware whether x-rays were performed of the remains in this case?
They were.
And did you then subsequently review those as part of your trauma analysis and identification in this case?
I did.
Were you present once Dr. Scheel is finished with her autopsy, and then one of the steps to get a closer examination of the bones is to clean them. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the standard cleaning protocol that you used in this case?
So during that examination, Dr. Scheel would remove the bones, hand them to me. I would put them on to another table, so they would then become something, my analysis as opposed to hers at that point. And then I would take those elements, those bones, from that table and use the protocol of, it's just called Stedman et al. We'd have to scroll to see the actual date. I think it's 2000, well, I won't say. Keep going here. Stedman et al., 2006, I was right. So
I'm sorry, just to interrupt you. That's STEADMAN for the court reporter.
And essentially that was what's the best way, these are ways to clean the bones. The sort of the standard way that a lot of people use is water. So you put the bones in water and you heat that water up to a certain temperature. And sometimes you can add what's called enzymatic processes, but essentially it's a detergent of some kind. But yes, it's essentially water with some additives based on the best way that everyone sort of does is the Stedman protocol.
And when you're using this cleaning procedure, that's not affecting anything in terms of maintaining integrity of anything that could be on the bones for evidentiary value.
No. Obviously, any kind of soil or the tissue will come off and during that process, but if we want that retained, we can. It can then be sieved. So you, depending on if you are interested in what's in the water or what comes off, that is not lost. It can be retained if you'd like.
Okay. Now, in this case here, once that cleaning process was completed, did you then conduct an inventory of all of the bones that were recovered?
Yes.
And is that located here under skeletal inventory on page 4 of your report?
It is.
And when we're talking about a skeletal inventory, are you saying you pick up every single bone, no matter how tiny it is, to examine it?
Yes.
Do you then lay out the skeleton and, in a sense, piece it back together in order to figure out if you're missing any?
Yes.
In this case here, regarding the remains that were recovered October 30th of 2024, out of the 206 bones in the human body, how many were recovered?
189.
And were you able to tell, as a forensic anthropologist, which bones were missing?
Yes.
Which bones were missing?
So the ones that we did not have recovered at the ME's office was the xiphoid process, which is XIPHOID. That's just at the bottom of it's called the sternum, but essentially if you think that this is a bone that just goes right down your chest, it's just right at the bottom. But that's because it gets lost quite often. Sometimes it doesn't fuse. It's not uncommon for that to happen, so it just gets lost. The lunate, would you like me to spell these as we go?
Or if it's easier, if you just wanted to describe the general areas of the body in which the bones were not located.
So on the bones of the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 bones of the right wrist were not there, were absent. 3 bones of the left wrist were absent. One of the the longer bones, metacarpal it's called, just on the biggest part of your hand was missing on the left side. And then finger bones, little finger bones that you can't really say which side they are. Some of those were absent as well.
And in your training and your experience, if skeletal remains were found in an outdoor environment, when we consider if bones of this nature are missing, the smaller bones, is that unusual to you?
Not of the hands or the feet. In this case, there wasn't feet bones missing, but the smaller bones that are easily accessible to scavengers, they often go missing, or they are not recovered with the rest of the remains.
Okay. Now, when we then move on to the dental inventory, is that something that you completed in this case as well?
Yes.
And same thing with the bones. Are you piecing together the teeth, or how does that work?
It's like a giant puzzle.
The teeth are generally in the bone itself. The bone is then fractured, so the lower jaw, the mandible, was intact. The upper, what are called the maxilla, part of that was missing, but there was a fragment, so we could put it back. And then 2 teeth were just loose.
Okay. In total then, how many complete teeth were recovered and how many incomplete teeth were recovered?
26 were complete, 3 incomplete.
Okay. Now, after all of these x-rays were taken and you reviewed them, did you find anything that was of particular importance to you during this analysis?
No, the findings were what we would call unremarkable.
Okay. Now, if we go to the next section of your report, you talk about how over 5 days, each bone was examined and processed. So can you tell me in a general overview what you were doing over those 5 days?
So once the remains had been x-rayed and they were now laid out, we would say, so put into how they would be in life, you go through and we are cleaning them and then laying them out as they dry. So what we're doing in that 5 days is the cleaning process first. So putting them in the water bath, but then they need time to let that water bath work. So that is multiple hours. So you're just waiting. And then when you take those out, they need to dry, and they need to dry completely. So that's usually overnight, or it takes, sometimes a day or 2, depending on how thick the bone is. So you are essentially doing multiple rounds of different bones and then drying those bones. So they're in the water for a while, they're drying for a while. So it can take quite a bit of time to get the entire skeleton cleaned and dry so that you can move on to other things.
Now, after you had finished all of this processing and you examined each of the bones, were there certain anthropological findings you were able to make based upon your examination of these bones?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at your report at the bottom of page 5, the first thing that you identify is the population affinity of the individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your conclusion?
Based on the bones that were examined, the individual was likely to be a Hispanic male with Caucasian traits.
And when you were talking earlier about different circumstances in which you would be called in to assist, one of those categories, if you will, was that what did the person look like?
Yes.
And so when we're talking about this population affinity, it's what did the person look like?
What does the person look like? How did people know them? How would they have described them?
Are there ways that you can, or are there characteristics of these bones that lead you to the conclusion that this is a Hispanic individual with Caucasian traits?
Yes.
And are those kind of broken down into 2 categories of metric versus non-metric?
They are.
What are the differences between those 2?
Metric can be measured. Non-metric is things that can't be measured.
So imperial can't be measured. Metric
what would
can.
be an example of a metric characteristic?
Like a meter.
Height. The distance from one, we call them landmarks, but just a point to another point, that is something that you can measure.
Okay, and what about non-metric?
A non-metric trait could be how wide it's called a nasal aperture, but essentially the place where the nose would be, how wide is that?
I bet you can measure that too.
And that varies between people. So that would be something, well, you could measure that, but it is, you could take a measurement of the width, but not it as a whole. It's more of a, let's say the slope of the eye sockets would be another thing that would be non-metric.
Now that you've made that determination, were you also able to determine the sex of the human remains?
Yes.
And what was your opinion as to that?
This individual was likely to be male.
Okay. And what observations did you make about these bones that led you to that conclusion?
There are 2 places that are the the best places to determine this. One is the skull, one is the pelvis. The pelvis is the first place you would want to look. Essentially, the difference in the pelvis is in females, everything is wider, everything is a bit more flared out because we have to allow for babies, whereas males don't, and so their pelvis is going to be taller and more narrow because they don't have to have the space. So there's a long list of techniques that are used, but essentially it's how wide is something versus how narrow it is. You see that in several places. The skull is how pronounced something is. So if something has more of it's called gracile, which just comes from the word graceful. So how small is it? How graceful is it? That tends to be more of a female, more on the female side. If it's the bone is we call robust, very thick and sort of heavy, then that would tend to be more on the male side because males have bigger muscle attachments.
I'm learning
they have bigger
a lot
muscles
today.
Because they are just overall bigger.
The next section of your report, you opine as to the age of the individual. How did you come to, or first, what was your conclusion?
Of the age of the individual?
Yes.
50 to 80 years.
And how or what characteristics did you see that led you to that conclusion?
So, how we age is we can start with three broad categories. So, in infants, children, our bones sort of knit together. So we're born with more than that 206 we talked about, and then they sort of knit together as we get older. So where those are in that progression can tell you age in a younger individual, as well as size. And then once those are all done, we would say fusing, once everything's complete, there's sort of a middle area where everything's complete, but there's not a lot of wear and tear. We're sort of in just sort of a middle area, a stasis, we might say. And then once we start to see things like degenerative change, arthritis, more of that wear and tear, those things show up in individual bones. We might think this is a person that is in this older category, also loss of density, so osteoporosis or things like that. We might think this is an older person. So once we have our broad category, we can apply multiple techniques within those categories to narrow down and make that age a bit more specific.
So if you are looking at bones or at a skeleton and you're seeing that everything that is supposed to eventually be fused is fused, are we looking at an individual that is likely older than 45 years old?
Yes.
Okay. Then in this case, if you are estimating that the individual is between 50 and 80 years, did you observe that fusion in each of the appropriate spots on the skeleton?
Fusion has ended by this point. Even the latest ones are done, so we know we're above 45/50. But this individual didn't have a lot of. This individual had some arthritis in some of his elbows and fingers joints, but not a huge amount that would make me think, oh, this is a very elderly person. So from that, you can sort of say this is maybe someone in the later middle age or sort of a young maturity, but not someone who's elderly, not someone who's young, not someone who's elderly. Within that, you look at just various parts of the skeleton that change over time, and we know that they predictably change. So where they are in that change, we can say, okay, you're maybe in this decade of life or these 2 decades of life, but we can't ever say you're exactly this. We can just give a range.
This lady is answering questions with the precision of a state fair fortune teller.
Conclusion that you make is related to the stature of the individual.
I like her, but I'm not sure
is that the height of the person?
Yes.
And what are the best indicators in a human skeleton to determine someone's stature?
Long bones, specifically the long bones of the leg. So a femur, so your thigh bone, but then also a tibia, so your lower leg bone, and then essentially the lower leg bones.
Okay. Now, do we come to the point then where
So
you,
long legs make you
give an
taller.
opinion as to the trauma analysis component of this examination that you were called in to assist with?
Yes.
Okay. And as you prepared the report, were there also photos that you used either from the medical examiner's office or photos that you asked that they take on your behalf because you wanted a specific angle?
Yes. The medical examiner, when I'm doing an examination and I want something highlighted or documented, I will have one of the deputy medical examiners or the autopsy techs there with me, and I will say, take a photo of this, take a photo of this.
What is the difference between antemortem and perimortem?
Antemortem is before death. Perimortem is at or around the time of death.
And as you reviewed this skeleton, did you observe perimortem trauma?
Yes.
And was that particularly in the area of the skull and one of the vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to just scroll down to the appendix here. And this has previously been received, Exhibit 116, but I would ask to publish this particular page with Dr. Truesdale to the jury, please.
Which page is that of 116?
15?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to page 15 being used with the jury?
No, not at this time.
Then it may be used.
Whoa!
Now,
that's 2 in a row.
Dr. Truesdale, earlier in this case, the jury saw a photo of this skull, but the top teeth were not present. And you talked earlier in your testimony about a fragment that you had reattached. Is this picture in Appendix 3 on page 15 of your report showing the fragment that you reattached?
Yes.
And can you point out for me, and maybe if is there a line where you can see where it would have been reattached?
Yes.
Is that here along the line of where my cursor is?
Correct.
And what's the purpose of
Objection
reattaching
leading.
in terms of your examination of the trauma?
It just makes things clearer.
Okay. Then when we look at this nasal cavity area, what, if anything, did you see that you specifically noted in your report regarding the trauma?
So posterior, at the back of that cavity, as you say, there's a roughly circular, what we would say defect, just means something that's not normally there. So there's a roughly circular defect, and in the report, it's about 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter.
And if we go to Appendix 4, which is the following page,
Are you asking that this page get published also?
I would ask that I be able to publish any of the pages in Exhibit 116 going forward, please.
Sure. Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the complete publication of Exhibit 116 at this time?
Yes, I should object because, as before, I object to these proceedings. I do not approve of these materials being introduced against me because I have no way to defend myself against
All right,
these charges.
Mr. Lychwick, I note your objection.
And we're back.
I'm overruling that objection. Exhibit 116 can be used with the jury.
Okay. Now, moving on to page 16, which is Appendix 4, in the photo with the letter A on the top left-hand corner, I see a purple circle here. What are you seeing in that circle?
The defect I mentioned.
Okay. And when you talk about these defects, both in the skull and then also in the vertebra, are you able to say that that is the result of a gunshot wound, or do you intentionally use the word projectile or defect?
We would tend to use the more removed terms of defect, sometimes insult, but projectile, because we don't know, at least me looking at these bones, I can't say one way or another that there was a bullet there or not. So I would not want to say bullet and not have my exact knowledge of that. So I would say projectile because that's more encompassing.
And does that go back to the concept that you are simply making observations of traumas or injuries to the bones and then giving that to the medical examiner, and they take that information and apply it to their case as they see fit?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we go to page 17, slowing down just a little bit. Now, in the 3 photos that are on page 17, did you observe beveling and radiating fractures from the defect in the skull in this picture?
One of the defects, yes, and yes.
Okay. Then that's something you would also indicate in your report as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if we go to page 19 of your report, we can see that there are several different colored lines at various areas of the skull. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are those indicating?
Those would be additional fractures or radiating fractures that come from the initial insult. So when a projectile is coming towards an object, it's got a lot of energy. That energy, once it hits the object, has to be dispersed. And so those lines, those radiating fractures, are just the energy looking for places to go.
Okay. And then lastly then, on page 20 of your report, we also are now looking at the vertebra that had the trauma. I think it was the L2, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And now we saw this photo earlier, or at least a very consistent photo of the L2 vertebra with this probe through it. But I can see you kind of have some yellow dots here on the 2 lower pictures in B and C. What is that representing?
The rounded nature of the defect in the knot right up front. So showing that while we can see on that top photo B that the defect that's closest to us has a rounded nature, the yellow is highlighting that the one behind it also has a rounded nature.
At the conclusion of your report then, did you provide this to the medical examiner's office, specifically Dr. Scheel, in the event that it assisted her with the identification process of the individual whose skeleton we recovered April 30th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
On the grounds that I have no...
Mr. Lychwick, do you have questions for this witness?
No.
Okay, doctor, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Thompson, who is the state's next witness?
He's sort
Detective
of learning.
Ben Stern, but before then, could we take a brief break? I do have a lot of exhibits to use with him, and I'd like to put them all up front so that I remain at council table.
Sure, I think that would be a good idea anyway. Sometimes this first period right after lunch requires an earlier break than normal. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we will resume a little after 2 p.m. I remind you again, do not discuss the case.
All right, we reread all the rules about what we're doing over on the Top Mark Media side, and we do have the case going from court up in Alaska, the Hildebrand trial. I'm going to show you a little bit of that in just a second. But we may jump to that one next after this one. We'll go back and catch it. It's the one that we can speed through.
Thank you. You may be seated.
To get caught up. Any records, Judge?
We We are outside the presence of the jury. Attorney Thompson, during the break, feel free to make use of the witness stand there to lay out your exhibits as you see fit. Anything else before we go to break from the state?
I would like to double check with the court. As I was reviewing the exhibits specifically related to the trail camera videos from Mr. Lefebvre's testimony, those were exhibits number 66 through 74. And I just wanted to be sure, because I think there was a little confusion amongst us if all of them were admitted as they should have been.
I have 66 through 72, and all of those were admitted.
Okay, thank you. That helps with my analysis. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything before we break?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
I am not receiving a fair trial here. I'm being railroaded. I am innocent of these charges, and I am not in physically good health to be here today. I have been forced to. My attendance is forced. I am here under duress. And this trial should never have occurred. This case should have been dismissed eight months ago on the grounds of tainted evidence.
Your objection is noted. We will be on break.
So noted. Well, we're on break. Let's pop up to Alaska.
She called all the hospitals. Have you reached out to all three hospitals? They have the Canadian Medical Center, Providence, and Regional?
Yes, ma'am. We've reached out to all three.
Oh, okay. And the jail, too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. That's a 911 call. We're going to go, I think we're going to go to that case next. It's slated to work, take the rest of the month. Till June 30th is what they have calendared on that one. Just opened up today. We can go back and get the openings. Top Mark Media doesn't have the opens. We just have from the first witness on. And it's one where the judge, there are other channels there. I think Law and Crime Court TV, local TV stations, everybody, they're there, but they've got their own cameras. And what the judge has said is during the court, the actual live stream, you have to show the court's feed, which is this one.
And what time did you...
Zoom feed. WebEx or whatever it is. But afterwards, you can go back and show your own personal feed. So the other channels, the news channels and stuff, the people that sent somebody up to Anchorage, Alaska with a camera are going to have a couple behind-the-scenes close-ups and things like that. But it's the same footage. It's the same trial. They'll just have, from our traditional camera angle. So that's pretty cool to see. We're still on a little break here for just a minute. We sent Josh to Alaska. Yeah, he really let us down, Josh. We bought the ticket and everything, and then he just never went to the airport. Alaska, they've got short days. Like, they finish at 1, I think. I think they're like from like 11 to 1 or something. It's an incredibly short day. So, anyway. Yeah, that's the Alaska trial's up. It's a military member accused of killing his wife, and we'll go back and get the openings, and then we'll proceed with all this. I put on the Alaska one. I put my Top Mark Media logo over the do not record, because I have written permission from the court in Anchorage from 3rd Judicial saying I can do that, and they even say I can remove the watermark. So. That's why I did that. But I know a lot. Even I think Law and Crime and Court TV just has the do not record everything on there. But since I can remove it, why not? All right, 4-hour workday. Yeah, I think it would be Pacific time. Alaska is a murder trial. It's a murder trial. They have great fish, sturgeon, maybe. Cass. Funny you should mention that. I still have to buy my caviar for the upcoming podcast. And I have done a lot of research, because I've never in my life tasted caviar. I probably never will again after this either. It's probably not going to just be added to the shopping list, right? It's ridiculously expensive. I have found, like, even on just like Amazon, you can spend $1,000 on a tin of caviar. I'm not buying that. At least not that one. Apparently caviar can only be sturgeon eggs. Everything else is roe. So even though it says like salmon caviar, it's not. It's just salmon eggs, which are the same thing I used to fish with as a kid forever and ever. They look the same. They probably smell the same. And I'm guessing they taste. I never tasted them, actually. Anyway, it's going to be... Caviar is so good. I eat chicken eggs. And I eat fish. And I eat chickens. I'm okay with this, like mentally. I think I'm good with it on just a foundational level. It's more about the texture, not the taste. It's cheaper to fly up to northern Michigan and go fishing. Anyway, here's my thought on caviar. Ready? Before we go back to court, which will be in just a minute. Not that one. This one. I'm not going to spend a fortune on caviar because I probably won't like it, and that would just be a waste of money. But I also am not going to buy the cheapest one out there because there's a high likelihood that the really cheap caviar has gone bad or is just it's not good in some way. And me, having never tasted it before, won't know that it's bad and will just keep consuming said awful food until I probably get sick and die or something. And I don't want that to happen. So I have to sort of find the sweet spot where you pay enough that the quality is there at least so it won't kill you. There's lumpfish. I've been looking at lumpfish is in my budget. Lumpfish is in my budget. Is it better? Beluga? Like the whale? Caviar tastes salty like capers. I don't know what capers is. Or Kalamata olives. Don't know what those are either. You should have no preconceived notions about it. Go in as blind as you can. You can buy a taster gift set for $400. You know what I can get for $400? Oh, lots of equipment and cables. Can't do salmon roe. I've already ruled salmon out because they look just like the salmon eggs I used when I was fishing. Why are we eating caviar? It's a taste test for the podcast. It's salty, but not as salty as escargot. Another thing I won't eat and never have. Lumpfish is decent budget quality, I think. Pickles, I say. Make your own fake caviar. Apparently you can. Like you can just catch a fish and collect the eggs and just go for it, I guess. You know, they're not cooked. Are they cooked? This is the most expensive thing I've ever tried. I think it costs even more than the lobster I ate. I'm going to have to be invited to a very fancy party where someone else is serving it because there's no way I'm paying for that. It's not cooked. It needs to be sturgeon to be real caviar. I'm pretty sure Rocky Mountain oysters is a whole other class altogether, and I'll pass. Do you eat sushi? I eat cooked sushi, so no, I guess would be the answer. Snails taste like chewy pond water. I have to find a party to crash. If you know anybody in the eastern North Carolina area that is serving caviar at a party, please send me a copy of the invite, and I'll see if I can work my way in. To eat fried clams? I've never had clams. I'm at the point where I've barely tried mushrooms. I'm by that. I'm not talking like shrooms, like, hey man, have some shroom. Not like that. I'm talking about like just regular grocery store mushrooms. Must use a shell spoon for caviar, not metal. What if I went to OBX, the Outer Banks, and collected my own shell and use that as a scoop. Would that be okay? Or just, here's a long shot. Can I just use a plastic spoon? Paddlefish. The state, Oklahoma sells caviar? Did you ever have gooey duck? No, I've had Peking duck. Plastic is fine, just not metal. Why is it in metal tin then? You'd think the metal tin would be just as bad for it than as the spoon. We are 4 hours ahead of Alaska time zone. It's going to be late nights for us. Beluga. Octopus. I've tried octopus. It was chewy. I think I had it at a what's those restaurants that always get put out of business because they have food poisoning all the time, where you go and gather up all the raw meats and you hand it to the guy and he cooks it on the big round skillet thing and then he throws on a plate back to you and you eat it. I had it there. It's like hibachi but more self-serve. Mongolian grill. That's it. Mongolian grill. I'm pretty sure it was octopus there. If it wasn't octopus, it was the legs of something that grew in the ocean. Calamari you had wasn't cooked correctly. It was chewy. At that point, I was just happy that everything I had given him had been cooked, because it was all raw when I gave it to him. So I was just happy to get no food poisoning. When I lived in North Carolina, we bought a huge metal bucket full of oysters. I tried them boiled, fried, steamed, and microwaved. Oh, yucky. You can microwave an oyster? That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh, I will say we have shrimp here. You can catch your own shrimp. Just go down to the Sound, and at night you wear a headlamp and you shine it into the water, and the shrimp's eyes just like pop out. You can see them. You just have to net them. You're allowed to get like 2 gallons of the shrimp a day or something when they're in season. I forget. If you can microwave popcorn, you can microwave oyster. Okay, we're going to be back here in just a minute. The tins are lined with food-grade resin, which protects the caviar and doesn't cause cancer in the state of California, I'm sure. Have you ever had jellyfish? I've been stung by one. At least use an air fryer for the caviar? 3D printed caviar spoon. Yes. Yes, Greeners. I can do this. In silk white PLA. It will look just like whatever the shell thing is. Cop drew his weapon on a fellow cop for microwaving fish at work. As they should. Not sure what I missed, but I love oysters. I'm taking one for the team here, trying caviar. I imagine if we did a poll, I'd think about half of you are with me, having never tried it. And luckily, I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to do the redneck caviar, which is Lay's potato chip with sour cream and caviar. And then I'm going to do the highfalutin tootin' one, which is a water cracker with what is it? Cream cheese, like blended cream cheese.
In the Lychwick matter.
So,
Attorney Thompson, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's bring the jury in.
Judge, there's one point.
Oh, sure. Hang on one moment.
Did tell Mr. Lychwick that apparently this is going to be a state's last witness, and I'm guessing they're going to arrest, and he wants to make a motion outside the presence of the jury after they arrest.
Sure. Mr. Lychwick, what we'll do then is, if this is the state's last witness, when the state rests, I will excuse the jury, and then I'll hear any motions you would like to make at that time.
All right,
Also,
thank you.
Attorney Galaviz, you have something else?
I also told you may give him the colloquy on whether he wants to testify or not testify.
Right. We'll also discuss that during the break, Mr. Lychwick. I want to give you additional time to talk to Attorney Galaviz about whether or not you want to testify. If you want to consult with Attorney Galaviz, you don't have to, but I want to give you the opportunity to do that if you want to, so that'll be another thing that we'll discuss outside the presence of the jury, okay?
All right.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Elbow counsel, weighing in.
Thanks.
There's no way I'm eating $1,000. You know what I had for the first time? For the first time in my life, I ordered a baby back rack of ribs at Chili's. That's about the spendiest dinner I've ever had since I got married. It cost more than lobster. And it was a mess to eat. Everyone was staring at me, but it's like, I don't know any other way to do it. There's no utensil for this. All right, $88 caviar local to North Carolina at Marshallburg Farm East. $88. I was thinking like 35 was going to be like the $35 was my range. $88. How was it? I like the baby back ribs, but I'm never going to order them again. They weren't that good, and it was too much work. Do not print food items. Bacteria will grow in the layer lines of the 3D prints if used for food. The amount of plastics you ingest is terrible. Well, I wasn't going to reuse it, but the second part probably is true. 88 is on the very cheap end for caviar. Guys, this is just out of my budget.
And Stern.
King
Detective, come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
I've had king crab legs as a
Do you
kid.
swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Benjamin Stern, Benjamin. Stern is Stern.
And sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Approximately 2 years.
And as a law enforcement officer with this department, how long have you been with the department?
I'm in my 10th year at the City of Waukesha.
To become a law enforcement officer, did you have to go through any kind of specialized training?
Yes, I attended a 720-hour basic law enforcement training while I was in the military. I was a military police in active duty for 4 years in the Air Force. At that time, I took a basic law enforcement academy, at which time when I became a officer for the City of Waukesha, completed a reciprocity exam certifying me in the state of Wisconsin.
And once you complete all of that training and you get sworn in as a law enforcement officer, do you have any kind of continuing education, whether you're on field training or even once you're off field training?
That's correct. Field training is a several-month process before you're working on your own as a patrol officer. We also have in-service 3 times a year, which is 2 days apiece. Those are all continuing topics and all sorts of law enforcement. As it pertains to this case, I did attend a 24-hour homicide investigation course, as well as other continuing education and trainings that are pertinent in this case.
And have you also assisted on other death investigations that your department has investigated as well?
Yes, I've worked previously on in assisting in an investigation for 4 previous homicides and approximately 25 to 30 previous death investigations over the years.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. Were you on duty already on that date, or were you called in for a particular reason?
I was working on duty. I was working as a second shift detective assigned to our general detectives unit.
Where were you called to, what was the address of the scene you were called to investigate?
1512 East North Street in Waukesha.
And that's also in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
That is correct.
Now, did both yourself and another detective, Detective Condon, go to that scene?
Yes, we did.
And did there come a time about an hour into this investigation where you were designated as the detective in charge?
That's correct. About an hour in, we realized we were not dealing with a simple death investigation based on the information we were gathering and what we were observing. At that time, I contacted the on-duty, my CID supervisor, Criminal Investigative Division supervisor, at which time he assigned me to be the lead detective.
What was the information you had as you were going to this scene before you realized this was something more?
The initial call came out over the radio, which we monitor while we're working in our workstation. The initial call indicated that somebody believed that they had located a body wrapped in a tarp under some sticks. So Detective Condon and I decided to go out and assist patrol with that response.
Were you present then when the medical examiner was called and then subsequently came to the scene?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember approximately how many hours you were on scene at this location?
I believe the initial call for service was shortly after 4 p.m. on that day, and we were out there until around 10:30 or 11 at night, so approximately 6 hours during the initial call.
When you arrive on scene, do you get a statement from a particular individual who was present?
Yes, I spoke to Glenda Rose, who was the building manager, and we heard from her on Monday.
And were you able to gather from her kind of the background information on how the remains on that footpath in the woods were discovered?
That's correct. She laid out for me who had located them and then how she was contacted. And then she shared with me information about a person that had not been seen from the apartment since about mid-April of 2024.
And was that individual Carlos Maldonado?
Yes, it was.
And did he reside in apartment 13 at that address on East North Street?
Yes.
Through this investigation, were you able to determine a date of death for Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And before we get to that, when you are on scene and you spoke with Ms. Rose already, are you also delegating any tasks, or are you keeping track of what's being done or what needs to be done, or how does that work if you're the lead detective?
It's a group effort. So if something has not been done that needs to be delegated and I identify it, I will assign somebody to do it. Otherwise, we work as a pretty good team in our criminal investigative division. So they will be letting me know, hey, I got this done, I got this done. So I'll be trying to keep track of the steps that have been done to that point.
While you were on the property, did you notice any trail cameras affixed to any trees in the backyard of the building, if you will, that's next to a hill?
Yes, I did. I located two, as we're walking around, 2 trail cameras that were affixed to trees. One was facing towards the parking lot of the building. Another one was kind of facing in the opposite direction towards a garden bed.
Did there come a time in your investigation where you found out that one of those cameras had originally been in the garage, but then moved to that garden area by the resident?
Yes, as the investigation progressed, while we were examining videos from those SD cards, a couple of the videos were showing a different camera angle, showing the inside of the garage, pointing out. And we had found, when interviewing Mr. Lefebvre, who owned those cameras, that he had moved them just kind of on a whim, if I remember correctly. So they had been repositioned certain times.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for the witness, please? There we go. Detective Stern, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 164. Do you see that on the top near the title of this PDF?
Yes, I do.
And is this a one-page document?
Yes.
And was this timeline prepared in anticipation of your testimony during this trial?
That's correct.
This
Did
may be
you
the last
compare
witness.
all of the dates and the specific notations of what happened on that date to the reports in this case to ensure that it was accurate?
Yes, we do.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 164 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 164
Yes, I do. I object.
based on?
Based on the fact that I'm not receiving a fair trial here and I have no way to properly counter this evidence.
All right, on that basis, the objection is overruled and the exhibit may come in as 164. Any objection to publication of the exhibit?
Of course I have.
Okay, the court is ruling that Exhibit 164 may be used as a demonstrative aid with the jury.
He didn't say travesty. He missed travesty. That was an opportunity.
Okay, now Detective Stern, in the beginning, we had a presumptive identification that this individual we found in the woods was Carlos Maldonado, correct?
Based on the amount of times it was brought up during our initial investigation, when we first arrived on scene, the amount of times the residents who had come out and spoke with us brought him up, it was a possibility. But at that time, no, we didn't have we were not operating off of that until the medical examiner could do what they did to assist in identification.
You indicated that based on the number of times or the number of residents who had disclosed Mr. Maldonado's name, do you remember about how many different people advised that Mr. Maldonado had not been seen for a while?
Say 2 or 3. I definitively remember Glenda because it was part of the statement that she initially gave me. I believe the building owner was present as well, also brought it up, and there may have been another person on scene that brought it up. But at least 2 or 3 people had brought up the fact that this was a missing person from this building, and they were hypothesizing themselves that might be related to what they found in the woods.
And then those 2 or 3 people, neither of them were an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when we look at this timeline here, starting at the beginning with April 13th of 2024, had Detective Barrett started doing a premise history and located a missing persons report of Carlos Maldonado.
Yes, she shared that with me.
And then when Detective Barrett went to speak with the family of Mr. Maldonado, we learned that the last time his daughter spoke with Mr. Maldonado was April 13th of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then the next thing we see on this timeline is the Home Depot surveillance. How did law enforcement know to go to that Home Depot to go to that Home Depot location in Delafield to try to obtain this surveillance?
As Detective Hallmark had testified, he had written a subpoena based on the Landmark Credit Union statements and located purchases there around that time. And I believe that a receipt was also located inside of Mr. Maldonado's apartment during the initial investigation as well. That was from around that time. So we knew that we wanted to check Home Depot to see if they still had any video from around that time that may show him there.
Then we learn the date that Ms. Maldonado had reported her father missing. Then we go to when the remains were discovered on October 30th. And then next we have the autopsy on November 1st of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then were you present during this autopsy?
Yes.
Why were you present at the autopsy?
The reason I was present during the autopsy is at this time we did not know a cause or manner of death. We did not know that this was a homicide, a suicide. We just didn't know. So the purpose of me going there, especially in this case where the remains were inside of the plastic and the tarp, I'm there to see if there's anything of evidential value and any determinations that the medical examiner could make immediately that would help us determine what we're possibly investigating.
When you were at the autopsy, did you have an opportunity to see each of the 4 ropes that were wrapped around Mr. Maldonado's remains removed and placed on those white sheets?
Yes.
And if we go back to exhibits 136 through 139, which have already been received, if we go to 136, this is the rope that was around Mr. Maldonado's head area. Is that right?
That is correct.
At the time, did you know if there was anything significant about the ropes that the medical examiner's office removed and laid out on these sheets?
The only thing significant at that time that stood out about the ropes was that somebody would have tied them around him after he was dead. He certainly didn't do it himself. So at that point we hypothesized that there was likely some sort of criminal nexus to this as the body was wrapped up and tied up.
And then if we go through 137, 138, and 139, we are seeing all the different areas in which these ropes were recovered from, right?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that some of these ropes appear dirtier than other ropes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we also learned from the medical examiner's office, and we heard testimony about the clothing that this individual was found wearing as when he was wrapped up in this tarp and this sheeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. If I go to exhibits 131 and 133. We'll start with 131. Now, we heard about this baseball cap that was located near Mr. Maldonado's feet in the black plastic sheeting area. Do you recall that?
I do.
So, understanding that there is a lot of material on this hat here, does it appear to be a baseball cap?
Yes.
Have you seen a baseball cap before?
Yes.
And would you agree that they have more of a distinct appearance in terms of their shape?
Correct. The bill typically stands out on a baseball cap.
Now, even though there is a lot of material on this hat, are you able to make out what you believe to be the underlying or the original color of this baseball cap?
Yes. In these darker portions, I see it as a darker blue. That's what also my observations in person were. In person, we're able to move around the item, see different angles and lighting. This is a singular picture of it. But my observations during the autopsy as this was recovered was that underneath the material that the hat is covered in, it appeared to be a blue hat.
Now, if I then scroll to exhibit 133, the shoes that were recovered from these remains, was there any significance to these shoes as it relates to the pattern that we can see on them?
Yes. As Detective Hallmark pointed out when we watched the Home Depot video where Carlos Maldonado was seen at Home Depot, the shoes appear to be very similar, if not the same, as in the Home Depot video. And that's noted by where the white sole meets the blue fabric of the shoe.
Were you also able to see in that Home Depot video what Mr. Maldonado was wearing in terms of a shirt and pants?
Yes. In the video, it appears that they are a dark blue or a dark color sweat pant. The shirt was a gray T-shirt.
Was there a T-shirt located inside the black sheeting and the tarp?
Yes, there was.
Were you able to tell the color of that T-shirt based on the condition in which it was in?
Not accurately. It was a dark, when we were observing it, it was darker. It could be consistent with gray, but it was also tainted by the tissue material from inside of the packaging.
He was right. Evidence is
Did
tainted.
you see any pants when you were present at the autopsy that were still on the remains?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to tell from looking at those pants, were they jeans or sweatpants or something else?
They were sweatpants.
Were you able to tell the color or the approximate color of them or not?
To me, they were a darkish blue sweatpant.
Okay. I'm pulling up on the screen what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 59, and it has also already been published to the jury. Detective Stern, are we looking at here the Home Depot surveillance that Detective Hallmark talked about during this trial?
Yes, this is the surveillance from the Home Depot in Delafield on April 14th, 2024.
And when I press play here, is it fair to say that on the top left here, that's Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. I will start playing from, it looks like the 1 second mark.
Grabs the phone and says, "Hey, can I get some help here? We got a big line. We got 3 people here." In comes his associate. He's like, "All right, here he goes. All right, boom, boom, boom. Come right over here. Excuse me if you'll move. I can help him." He's like, "Hey, I'm on the phone." Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. And we can see what you're doing. He's like, "Just move. Just move. I'll do it."
Pausing then at 39 seconds. Now, Detective Stern, you are a little bit closer to a screen. I'm not sure how close the jury is to a screen, but can you point out for me any similarities between what you see Mr. Maldonado wearing and the exhibits that we just looked at from the autopsy photos?
Yes, the blue baseball cap, the sweatpants, the bluish color sweatpants, and the shoes, most notably the white sole and where it meets the blue fabric.
And we can see in Exhibit 59, the date and time stamp here of April 14th of 2024 at what looks like 10:19 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have this information. We have Ms. Maldonado, who was saying, I last talked to him on the 13th. We have Ms. Rose, who said she saw Mr. Maldonado the morning of April 14th cutting wood. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in this video here, were you able to corroborate that Mr. Maldonado was renting some sort of saw to cut wood?
Yes, receipts were recovered that showed that he had rented. We had seen that rental agreement earlier this week.
If we go back then to Exhibit 164, so we have the autopsy that's completed, and the next significant event in this investigation that we heard testimony about this week was Moxie's search of the property at 1512 East North. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with that search occurring on November 19th, did you and other officers go back to 1512 East North on November 20th of 2024?
Yes, the next day we went back to follow up on the canine hits to see if there's any other evidence that could be recovered, specifically the hit that she described at the top of the hill.
Now, when we're talking about that top of the hill, was that the photo we looked at where there were some squares with logs, or made in the shape of squares via logs, and it's kind of a clearing at the top up against wooded areas?
That's correct.
And there was a particular photo where Ms. Gumman put a line or circled the area in which she stated that Moxie gave a trained final response on. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And based on your experience with being at this property, when you were present for that trained final response, was that location further back against that wooded area?
Yes. From that location, I noted that you could almost not see the road anymore because of the trees as it went down. It was the furthest back secluded area on that property without actually going into the woods. The furthest back that it was clear.
Now, when I say, or when you talk about a grid search, what does that mean? What does that look like?
So a grid search is a systematic manner of search. In this case, we set up, it was approximately 25 feet by 12 feet in the area of that hit on the clearing. So that you've got a large 25 by 12 square, and within that square it's split up by multiple 3 foot by 5 foot squares. We then label those, and we use metal detectors and digging materials to systematically go square by square in an attempt to locate any physical evidence that may be in that area, just based on the that final train response from the dog.
After the grid search, did law enforcement recover anything of evidentiary value?
He's not we did not locate any physical evidence after conducting that grid search up there.
While you did not locate any physical items, did you make any observations of the ground area up at the top of the hill?
Yes, nearby, the clearing was mostly flat at the top of the hill. However, nearby, and in the area where we were performing this grid search, I noticed 2 divots that were near each other. These divots were approximately 3 to 4 feet long and maybe 2 feet wide. It looked to me that somebody had possibly began digging, as if they wanted to dig a hole up there. However, I would not be able to say that definitively. The divots had grown vegetation and like brush growth, not brush, but grass, and it started growing over them. But there are 2 depressions that were up there. I also noted while we were doing the grid search that it was fairly easy to move the soil approximately 1.5 to 3 inches down, and then it got to be pretty solid clay-like material, and it was very difficult to dig through from there. Those divots were maybe about 12 to 18 inches deep.
Those divots then, were there 2, did you say?
There were 2.
And were they right next to each other?
Yes.
Were there any other divots that looked like that anywhere else on the top of the hill in this clearing area?
Those were the only 2 in that area, and I did not note anywhere else on the property.
While you were at the top of this hill in that clearing area and in the very back where Moxie alerted, did you notice if there were any houses along that wooden tree line, kind of on the opposite side of that tree line?
Yes. Well, we noted at this point it's late fall, and the leaves have fallen, so you can see through. And there are houses lining back there in Waukesha. It's Morey Street, Morey, and Palmer, Palmer. And we eventually went back there to follow up with any of those houses for cameras or potential witnesses.
When you followed up with those residents to see if there were any witnesses or cameras, were you able to locate anything that would have assisted you in this investigation?
No, we made contact with every house that would have had a line of sight, although we noted that in the springtime, when we know this crime to have occurred, the foliage would have been thicker, and therefore you would not be able to see through it as easily as we could in late November. But ultimately, no, there was no additional witnesses or cameras or clues out of that investigative step.
While this is ongoing, just in terms of your investigation progressing, is it fair to say that it takes a little while to investigate a homicide?
That's correct, especially when we are facing the time deficit. When we found out that this was about 6.5 months from the time of the crime to the time that the body was discovered, as several witnesses had already talked about, it is difficult to recover traditional evidence. So it takes time to develop some sort of lead and follow up on them.
And just because there's a gap, let's say, between the 1st and the 19th and the 19th through the 25th, that doesn't mean that you and your other officers were just sitting around the department not doing anything. Is that fair to say?
That's more than fair to say. We were working nearly 7 days a week in some capacity to continue this investigation.
Now, we talked earlier in your testimony about the trail cameras that had been put up by one of the residents, Mr. Lefebvre. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as this investigation continues, and after Detective Fine had made that image copy of the 2 SD cards, were there a lot of videos on those SD cards?
Yes, there were 6.5 months worth of videos on those SD cards.
Now, was that then split up amongst the other detectives and CID to kind of share the load and everybody took a batch of them?
Yes, it took a very long time and multiple people working a long time to review every one of those videos that were on the SD cards.
On or about November 25th of 2024, were you alerted by Detective Keppel that you needed to look at a particular date and time frame on these trail cameras?
Yes, he located several videos from May 2nd of 2024 that he found suspicious and wanted me to review with him.
And once we learned about these particular videos, did law enforcement go back to Mr. Lefebvre to see if he knew who was possibly the person on those trail cameras?
Yes, we met with him and showed him the clip of the video and asked him the very open-ended question of, do you know who this is? He identified the person in the video, just like he did the other day, as Kevin Lychwick.
Now, you said you asked him an open-ended question. Why not just ask him and give a specific name?
That would be leading. We wanted to see if he could identify him just by looking at what we were looking at. We did not want to suggest to him a specific person. And also at that time, we didn't know who it was either. It was just somebody who was being suspicious. We figured, based on the videos, in these videos, you can see that person using a key to open the garage. And I knew from the amount of time that I spent there talking with Glenda as the manager on the property that the residents there had a physical key to open the garage door to the underground parking. In these videos, you'll see this individual use a key. So we believe that he was likely a resident there because he was using a key in these videos. And that's why we asked another resident, do you know who this person is?
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please?
Yes.
Now, Detective Stern, while Mr. Lefebvre was testifying, we showed him various clips of these trail cameras that were identified by law enforcement and then shown to him. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, those were marked as exhibits 66 through 74. But there are specifically exhibits 73 and 74 that I'd like to play with you first and ask you a few questions about them.
Okay.
Oops. First, this is marked as exhibit 73. And then exhibit 74.
We still have the timeline up, Attorney Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this again. Exhibit number 73, and we see that on the top left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll play it for you from the beginning. And now, exhibit 74. Had you seen exhibit 73 and 74 during your investigation? into what happened to Mr. Maldonado.
Yes.
Do you recognize the property that is shown in those two videos?
Yes, those are both depicting the parking lot area of 1512 East North Street in Waukesha.
And the person that we see on those videos, based on your observation of all of these videos, is that the same person that we saw in the earlier videos in Exhibits 66 through 72?
Yes.
I would move Exhibits 73 and 74 into evidence, please.
Any objection to the receipt of 73 and 74, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I strongly object, especially on the grounds that it makes me look suspicious and I was out on my own property minding my own business.
All right.
There's nothing suspicious about that activity.
Your Honor, it makes me look bad.
Taking that as a relevance objection, the court overrules that objection and will receive Exhibits 73 and 74.
And Judge, the earlier exhibits I just
prejudicial, Your
mentioned
Honor.
were not all published to the jury, so I would ask permission, please, to publish 66 through 74.
66 was previously authorized for publication. 67 through 74, then, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to those videos being, hang on, any objection to those videos being played to the jury?
Yes, I object on the grounds that they tend to make me look suspicious because they've been built up to look that way.
Okay, on the same basis, then the court overrules the objections and the state may use those exhibits with the jury.
Now, first I have, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for everyone? I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, Detective Stern, was this one of the first videos that you were directed to by Detective Keppel?
Yes.
And when we watch this video, I'll ask you at the end any particular observations you made as it relates to not only what the person was wearing, but also if you could see what this person was carrying. So I'll play from the 0-second mark.
Can we see? Taking the trash out.
Oops. Okay. Now, when we watch Exhibit 66, first I want to start with, can you see a date and time stamp on this video?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
May 2nd, 2024, 0041 hours, which is 12:41 a.m.
What did you note about what this individual was wearing?
What I noted, what I note is the heavy boots. They appear to go up the ankle, dark color. They're large, heavy boots. The cutoff T-shirt appears to be some sort of pant and a hat. And then I noted the carrying. And if I could ask you to maybe go back to the 00 mark, you get a little better of a view here. There is what appears to be a white plastic bag and a black, some sort of material. The video quality is obviously not perfect, so it's hard to definitively say what those things are, but they appear to be some sort of plastic materials being carried out. There's also what appears to be a wooden handle with some sort of black material wrapped around the very end of it in the right hand.
Yeah, what's your objection?
He's making assumptions on, he doesn't even know what he's talking about here.
Okay, the witness was asked to interpret what he views on the video and is offering that opinion. You certainly have a right to cross-examine the witness on that point, so the objection's overruled. The answer will stand. Next question.
Thank you. Now, as we continue on in this investigation, and now we start looking at an individual named Kevin Lychwick as a potential suspect, do you ever locate items within his possession that look consistent with what you see on this trail camera video here?
Yes, eventually we do a search of his vehicle, which we'll likely discuss further. But during the search of the vehicle on December the 2nd, pursuant to a search warrant obtained for that search, we located a gravel shovel with a wooden handle that appeared to be cut down with black duct tape around the end. To me, that appears to match what we are seeing in the right hand on this particular video clip. There's also several black plastic sheeting, garbage bags, contractor bags that are located during that search that are consistent with what he's holding in his left hand.
Okay, in playing Exhibit 66 one more time, I'll have a question for you afterwards regarding the direction of travel of this individual, and based on your knowledge of the property, what areas this individual could have been walking towards. Okay, now, having watched Exhibit 66 then, what areas of the property are in the direction in which this person was walking?
So the way he's walking towards the northeast of the property. Remember, that property is kind of on an angle, cardinal direction-wise. From that video, if that person was to turn left, they would be going up the hill towards the clearing that we described. And if they were to turn right, but it's slightly off camera, that would be the footpath area where Carlos Maldonado was eventually discovered.
So both areas in that direction are significant in terms of this investigation with both Moxie's trained final response and the location of Mr. Maldonado's remains.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, if, Madam Clerk, you could show the screen again for everyone, I'll move on to Exhibit 67, and I'm going to continue watching all of these videos with you as we go through the date and times and observations that you make, okay? Now I have 67, and I will pause and restart because it automatically starts playing. 66, so let's, okay. Now, in Exhibit 67, what is the date and time here?
May 2nd, 2024, 0110, so 1:10 a.m.
If we compare the times of Exhibit 66 and 67, approximately 29 minutes are in between these two videos. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, when these videos were watched, were there any other videos in between?
Between 66 and 67, no. And as Mr. Lefebvre talked about with his Waze camera and what we found when we were reviewing the videos, they appear to be motion activated. There were several videos where a car driving on North Street may set it off. Sometimes branches blowing in the wind set it off. But in this case, there was no other videos that were created in between Exhibit 66 at approximately 12:40 a.m. and 1:10 a.m.
So this person in the video, who Mr. Lefebvre identified as Mr. Lychwick, does not come back from the direction of the top of that hill or that footpath where Mr. Maldonado was found for 29 minutes.
That's correct. There's no motion in front of the camera.
Object.
What's the objection?
Prosecution is maintaining that I used the footpath. There's nothing indicating that I used the footpath having to do with anything with the, having any connection with the victim's body.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, certainly you may cross-examine the witness on those inferences that he's drawing, but as far as the witness offering an opinion as to his interpretation of these videos, the objection is overruled. The answer may stand. Hang on, I'm not done ruling. The objection is overruled. The answer may stand. Mr. Lychwick, do you have something else?
Objection.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'm
Speculation.
overruling the objection on that.
That was a better one. That was
Attorney
better.
Thompson, next question.
Thank you. Now I will play Exhibit 67 with you, Detective Stern, from the beginning.
Has he talked to his elbow counsel? That did look sort of like a pew-pew in a holster.
Okay, with Exhibit 67, were you able to see if the person who had been identified as Mr. Lychwick was wearing anything on his hands?
Yes, in that video, you'll note that there appear to be black gloves on his hands.
Do you see that shovel anymore?
No.
What about the plastic sheeting or the darker item that he was carrying from Exhibit 66?
Nope, and this video clip doesn't appear that he's carrying anything back that we had seen in the previous clip.
Now, when Mr. Lychwick is going down those concrete steps that we see before the video stops, what do those steps lead to?
Those steps lead down to the overhead garage door, the one that would lead you into the underground parking area.
And outside of that parking area, is that the location where the key needs to be used by the resident in order to open that garage door?
That's correct. You'll note that it's like you'll see like a pole coming up, and that's where that physical key would be used to open that garage door.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 68, but I'll stop it and restart. Now, Detective Stern, the time and date stamp on this video in Exhibit 68, please.
May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours, or 1:11 a.m.
Now, it's kind of blocked by Mr. Lychwick, or the person who was identified as Mr. Lychwick, but in front of him, is there that concrete slab with the pole?
Correct.
And does he continue to that specific location on the driveway?
Yes, he does.
And I'm playing 68 from the 0-second mark. Okay. Did you see that individual do anything with his shoes or his feet?
What I observed with that individual was kicking off both shoes using the concrete slab that that pole is attached to, kind of as a surface. To me, it appears that trying to kick something off of the shoes, the way you would clear off mud.
Also, on the right hip of that individual, did you notice anything in his hip area?
Yeah, on the right hip, there seems to be an L-shaped object. Seems to be some sort of holster attached to the right hip. And that's just something that was noticeable that in all the videos from this date.
And are you able to tell with the quality of this video exactly what that item is on his hip?
No, from this quality video, I cannot tell exactly what that is.
Now, if we go to Exhibit 69, what is the date and timestamp on this one, please?
May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours and a couple seconds. So it's sequentially from the last video that we watched.
Okay. And where this green square is that something we sometimes see when the camera is capturing the movement in which triggered it to start recording?
Yes, in this particular model of the camera, it does some motion tracking since it is motion activated. So you'll see a green square appear when there's movement.
Playing at the 0-second mark. Okay. Now if we go to Exhibit 70, sorry. Does this pick up where the last video left off?
Yes, May 2nd, 2024, 0111 hours, 19 seconds.
Playing at the 0-second mark. Oops, sorry. Does this person then go into, actually, strike that. The direction in which this person's walking, where would that be on the property?
They'd be walking into the overhead garage door for the underground parking area.
Now, Exhibit 71. Sorry. Going back then to the 0-second mark. Now, in looking at Exhibit 71, is this individual back here in where we initially saw this person walking in Exhibit 66?
That's correct, same area.
Okay, playing from the 0-second mark. Okay, I'm going to bring up Exhibit 71 again. What is the time on this video on May 2nd of 2024?
The time is 02:39 hours, so 2:39 a.m.
Attorney Thompson, just to interrupt, sorry, was the rainbow static pattern a part of that video, or I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an error in playback on our system?
It was not. That is part of the video, unfortunately.
You may continue.
Thank you. Now, Detective Stern, you said 2:39 a.m. Were there any other videos between Exhibit 70 and 71 after we see at the end of the last one where that individual went into the garage?
That I do not recall if there were any other videos. Like I mentioned earlier, I was informed and seen many videos where it's just a blowing branch or a car on the road. I don't recall between those two exhibits if there were any other videos or not.
Were you made aware of any other videos in between 70 and 71 that showed this same individual after he had entered the garage?
No, that I'm confident that there were no videos of the same individual that we're currently watching being in between 70 and 71.
So now between 1:11 a.m. where we see this person go into the garage and 2:39 a.m. when we now see that person walking back in the same direction we first saw them, this individual is not out and about on the property that you can see from these cameras?
No.
So I will play Exhibit 71 from 0. Did that person have anything in his hands that you could tell?
Not in that video, no.
If we move on to Exhibit 72 then. Going back to the 0-second mark. Now, I know this is the same date of May 2nd of 2024, but what is the timestamp on this video?
02:47 hours, 2:47 a.m. It is, but he now has items in the hand.
I will play.
Objection.
What's your objection?
So what? So I have something in my hands at this time.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, that's a relevance objection. The objection is overruled. The answer is relevant to what's being decided today, so that objection is overruled. Attorney Thompson, your next question.
I've got to back that up.
I was going to play
just a
Exhibit
tiny
74 from the 0-second mark.
Go ahead.
Hold on just 1 second. We're going to back it up just a teensy bit. Play the video. Okay.
This same individual after he had entered the garage?
No, that I'm confident that there were no videos of the same individual that we're currently watching being in between 70 and 71.
So now between 1:11 a.m. where we see this person go into the garage and 2:39 a.m. when we now see that person walking back in the same direction we first saw them, this individual is not out and about on the property that you can see from these cameras?
No.
So I will play Exhibit 71 from 0.
I want to see this again.
Did that person have anything in his hands that you could tell?
Not in that video, no.
If we move on to Exhibit 72 then. Going back to the 0-second mark. Now.
Okay. There's the steps, the big boots.
I know this is the same date of May 2nd of 2024, but what is the timestamp on this video?
02:47 hours, 2:47 a.m.
And is this the same person that we've been seeing in all of these other videos so far in the morning hours of May 2nd?
Yes, based on the clothing and the walk, yes, I believe it's the same person that we've been watching in all these clips.
Okay. Then playing from the 0-second mark.
Peeks around the door, make sure nobody's there.
Okay, so between 2:39 a.m. and now 2:47 a.m.
I think I backed up way too far.
There's no one in between except when this person goes back in that direction, in the northeast direction, and when he comes back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see that person have anything in his hands?
In this last video clip, no, there's nothing in the hands.
But did you see this individual do something different than we've seen so far in the other exhibits?
Yes, I noted that he peeks into that back door, as described by someone.
What's the objection?
He's assuming something that was not true. I was looking to see if I wanted to take the stairs for exercise or not, and I decided to go down through the garage. He's making it sound like I was window spying or something.
Mr. Lychwick, if you're going to raise an objection, it has to be a legal argument objection, not a factual testifying to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, disregard the defendant's comments about what he said he was intending to do.
It wasn't window spying.
The objection is overruled. The answer may stand. The witness was asked to provide his interpretation of what was being shown, and that is what he did. Attorney Thompson, next question.
Now pulling up Exhibit 73.
He's getting angry.
What is the timestamp on this video?
0247, 2:47 a.m. in 56 seconds.
Picking up where Exhibit 72 left off?
Correct.
I will continue playing from the 0-second mark.
Why do you keep cutting from this, cameraman? We want to watch the video play.
Now, what direction do we see this individual going at the end of exhibit number 73?
So the video cuts out. That is the extent of that video. Does not continue. However, if that individual was to continue walking straight in the direction he was going, it would be very nearby where Mr. Maldonado's body was located.
Objection.
What's the objection?
He has no proof. He has no idea where I was headed to exactly. That direction leads to the driveway.
The objection is noted. It's an objection about interpretation of the witness's testimony. The objection is overruled. The witness's answer will be allowed to stand. If you have questions on cross-examination, you may explore that then. Attorney Thompson.
Now moving on to Exhibit 74. What is the timestamp on Exhibit 74?
Same date of May 2nd, 2024. It's now 04:13 hours and 41 seconds. 4:13 in the morning.
Is this the next video from the end?
Hang on, let the question be asked first. What's the question?
The Exhibit 74, is that the next video after Exhibit 73 where we see this individual that we've been watching at various times the morning of May 2nd?
All right, what's your objection, Mr. Lychwick?
The Detective Stern's response, his heightened demeanor, 4:30 in the morning, as though there's something wrong with the time that I was out. There is no curfew. There is no martial law in this town.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to stop you there. Your objection was to Detective Stern's response to the last question. It's up to the jury to determine the witness's demeanor and credibility based upon his demeanor. That's a matter for the jury. It's not a reason for the detective's statement to get stricken from the record. The rest of your arguments are not relevant to admissibility of the detective's answer. So for those reasons, the answer will stand. Attorney Thompson, you've asked your next question. Detective Stern, do you remember that question and you can answer it, or would you like it repeated?
Can you please repeat your question?
I can. This individual that we've been watching all morning in various videos, between Exhibit 73 at I think it was 2:47 or 2:49 a.m. to now Exhibit 74 where we see this person again at 4:13 a.m. Are there any other videos where we see this person in these areas on the property?
Between the last clip we watched and this clip, there are no other video clips showing this person.
When 74 is paused where it is at the 0-second mark, does this person now have items in his hands?
Yes, appears to be some sort of black bundle. Can't tell definitively what it is, but he now has items in the hand.
I will play.
Objection.
What's your objection?
So what? So I have something in my hands at this time.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, that's a relevance objection. The objection is overruled. The answer is relevant to what's being decided today, so that objection is overruled. Attorney Thompson, your next question.
So what?
I was going to play Exhibit 74 from the 0-second mark.
Go ahead.
Oh, man.
In looking at Exhibit 74, once that individual kept walking, were you able to see anything in the left hand?
Yes, appears to be a white plastic bag with something inside of it.
Are you able to see from the quality of this camera what exactly was inside that plastic bag in his left hand?
It's probably
no,
salt.
I can't.
Is that the first time then from 12:41 a.m. to 4:13 a.m. that we see this individual with those items in his hands that look like the white plastic bag or the black object?
That's correct. In between, as we saw the clips in between, he didn't have those things. So those were the two timestamps where we see those items in the videos.
Now, we've reviewed all of these videos. We've spoken with Mr. Lefebvre. We have his identification of who he thinks the person is in those videos in Exhibits 66 through 74. Now, the following day, on November 26th of 2024, does your department execute a search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's residence?
Yes, based on that identification and the activity that we viewed in those videos, we obtained a search warrant, which was approved by a judge here in Waukesha County to search Mr. Lychwick's apartment.
Because law enforcement can't just walk into someone's apartment because they want to take a look around. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. It would be a violation of their rights.
Now, Madam Clerk, if you could just turn on the screen in front of the witness, please.
Yeah, the defendant confirming that it was him on the camera.
Showing you
hilarious.
what is marked as State's Exhibits 215 through 219. It's a total of 5 pages, and I would just ask that you follow along as I scroll through them. Do you recognize the scene in these photos?
Yes, those are photographs that were obtained during the November 26, 2024 search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment.
And prior to this point, had you met Mr. Lychwick in person?
No.
As part of your law enforcement duties, when you are applying for a search warrant, do you also have to include a basis for believing that that apartment belongs to that individual?
Yes.
Now, had you seen any kind of photo of Mr. Lychwick prior to this search warrant process? Or during the search warrant process, did you look up a photo of him to know what he looked like?
We were able to look up a Department of Transportation, so your driver's license photograph. We were able to look up that as part of the preparation for this search warrant.
And then you were able to confirm that he is the resident of apartment 11 at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, that was based on Department of Transportation records for the driver's license, as well as in-house records. We had previous contacts with him where he had listed that as his apartment prior to this investigation.
I would move Exhibits 215 through 219 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Previous contacts with him?
You said 215 to 219?
Correct.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of those photographs?
Yes, I have objections to the admission of these photographs.
What's your objection?
I object because because this whole case against me is not correct, is false.
All right, based on that, the objections are overruled. Exhibits 215 to 219 are admitted.
May I please publish to the jury?
Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
Of course I object.
The exhibits may be published.
Now, starting with Exhibit 215, is this, what is this photo?
This is the front door of apartment number 11.
And then 216, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This is the kitchen area and kind of a dining room area inside of apartment number 11.
In Exhibit 217, what, if anything, does this remind you of in terms of this investigation?
When looking at this photograph, I note the dark duct tape on the black plastic sheeting over that object, and it reminds me of the tape that is seen on the black sheeting during the autopsy of Mr. Maldonado.
218, what are we looking at here?
It's the living room area of apartment number 11.
And 219, what is that?
It's also the living room area. Most notably, this is what Detective Skolton and Detective Bauer had previously described as the makeshift desk area in apartment number 11.
And what was the significance of their search of this desk area in the living room of apartment 11?
This is where they located the folders that contained the notes that had Carlos Maldonado's name on them and these list of operations.
I object.
What's your objection?
It is not true. It has not been proven that I wrote those notes or had anything to do with them or that they were actually ever in my apartment.
Okay, again, I'll ask the jury to disregard any statements by the defendant about introduction of his evidence. Based on that objection, the court will overrule it and the answer will be allowed to stand.
Also in the apartment, we saw photos in Exhibits 88, 89, and 90 that were previously admitted and published to the jury, where we found a chair that had several ropes tied around it. Do you recall that?
I recall viewing that, yes.
Okay. If I pull up Exhibit 88 then, Exhibit 89, and 90. Having reviewed those, do you have in front of you at the witness stand Exhibits 145 and 145A?
Yes.
And are those the ropes that we see in these exhibits 88 through 90?
Yes, these are the ropes collected after these photographs were taken.
What, if any, significance to you as a law enforcement officer in this investigation do those ropes have?
Well, to me, again, I was present at the autopsy. I saw what came off of the packaging. I saw what was inside that packaging. To me, this rope bears extreme resemblance to the rope that was around the packaging that Mr. Maldonado was found in.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? During your investigation, had you learned that the individual, Kevin Lychwick, preferred to be called Conrad?
Yes. Again, speaking with various individuals as the investigation continued, several people referred to him.
I object.
What's your objection?
Why does the use of the name that I've been using for over 40 years have anything to do with the relevance of this case? It's my choice to be called what I wanted to. The fact that I never got to court to legally change my name is irrelevant in this case.
So it's a relevancy objection to this. Attorney Thompson, what's the relevancy?
The relevance is that Mr. Lychwick preferred to be called Conrad, and certainly when we start going through his Gmail returns, Conrad is included in the Gmail account. So I'm also laying the foundation for those returns as we go through them.
Very well. Then the objection is overruled on relevance grounds. The answer may continue. I know the objection came mid-answer, so Detective, if you wanted to continue your answer, you may.
We're about to get
as
into
we were
the
talking to
Gmail
people around the apartment,
and the searches.
They referenced him as Conrad, and that's how we referenced him. Obviously, we found the legal name through the Department of Transportation records. However, Conrad was the name he preferred to use.
Was Mr. Lychwick home when this search warrant was executed on his apartment on November 26th of 2024?
Yes, he was.
And did you and Detective Barrett stay outside in the inner stairwell area with Mr. Lychwick while officers were searching his apartment?
That's correct. Myself and Detective Barrett stood by with him in the common area on the second floor landing while other detectives and officers executed the search warrant.
Were you wearing a body camera when you were sitting with Mr. Lychwick out in that hallway area?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. If I were to pull up here, exhibit number, actually I'd like to go through with you exhibits 178 through 180. And now, when you are out there in that hallway with Mr. Lychwick, does he have any conversations with you about an interest in German history?
Yes. Our conversation, we did not discuss the investigation while the search was being completed. So we had various small talk conversations. During that time, he shared with us that he likes to attend social meetings at a bar called the Eck Bar, and he explained the German heritage and the German theme of that bar. He talked to us about traveling back and forth to Germany as a child.
You have to wear lederhosen.
He spoke with several German words during that time and explained to him, and overall it was a cordial conversation about several different topics, but specifically his connection and interest in Germany was one of those topics.
And when you look back at...
What's your objection?
I don't see what relevance this has to this homicide investigation.
That objection is overruled. The answer may stand. Next question.
When you look back on this conversation and consider it in the context of items found during this search warrant in Mr. Lychwick's apartment, did his interest in Germany become very relevant to your investigation?
Yes, when viewed through the context of the German phrases used in the notes that were located in
German
his
handgun
apartment, in light of the weapon that we heard, fired the rounds that killed Mr. Maldonado, that being a German manufactured firearm, that is where the relevance to me of his interest and his knowledge about Germany, history, and German culture becomes relevant.
Object.
What's your objection?
Prosecution has no proof that the weapon belongs to me.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, that is a matter for the jury to ultimately decide. The objection's overruled. Next question.
Now, did there also come a time during this conversation with Mr. Lychwick where he referenced an individual that he knew in the state of Minnesota?
Yes, he spoke about what he described as a former girlfriend, that they had broken up, and that she lived in Minnesota.
And did that conversation then become relevant to one of the operations notes that you located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes, one of the individuals that's listed on the operations note was this female that he described living in Minnesota.
In a moment, on the screen in front of you,
the gun was found in the trunk of his car when they searched it. I believe it had DNA that matched the victim on the gun.
did you review portions of that body camera that you were wearing during this conversation with Mr. Lychwick prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And as part of preparation for your testimony, did you prepare portions of that body cam that show the conversation about Germany and this individual he knew in Minnesota?
Yes.
And exhibit 178 in front of you here, do you see it's paused at the 0-second mark? Do you know who that person is that it shows?
The person in the video is Kevin Lychwick. And
on the top right-hand corner of this body cam, is there a time and date stamp?
Yes, November 26, 2024, 10:09 a.m. This is the body camera that I was wearing during the execution of that search warrant.
And exhibit number 179 then. Okay, we'll skip that one for now until it decides to load. But then Exhibit 180 as well. Do you recognize, it's paused at the 1 second mark, but do you recognize the individual it shows?
Yep, this is a continuation of the same video from my body cam. That's Kevin Lychwick on the video.
And same date of November 26th of 2024.
Correct, with a timestamp of 10:19 a.m.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Again, so what? Relevance.
Right. Relevance, that objection is overruled. The answer stands. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, do you
So what?
see Kevin Lychwick in court today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by where he is seated and an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, he is seated at the defense table. He's wearing a green jacket.
I would ask the record to actually strike that. I understand how the court has
jury.
responded in the past, so I apologize. Now,
The judge doesn't recognize that.
I'm going to try Exhibit 179 one more time, and it does not appear to be working. So
That'll be the jury's purview.
I will work on that, but in terms of Exhibit 178 and 180, I would move to admit those and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of 178 and 180?
Yes, I have an objection to the admission of those as evidence. They are not evidence. Those are simple, common, ordinary knots and common, ordinary rope used to make a makeshift easy chair.
We're talking about the body camera videos that show the conversation with you and Detective Stern in the hallway. Do you have an objection to the admission of those?
I sure do, because it belongs to this case, which is a travesty of justice.
All right. Again, Mr. Lychwick, I am not going to allow you to editorialize about the trial. Your objections are overruled. Exhibits 178 and 180 are in evidence. As to publication, Mr. Lychwick, are you objecting to the use of those exhibits with the jury?
Of course I am.
The court will overrule those objections and allow the exhibits to be played with the jury.
Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen for everyone. I will start with Exhibit number 178.
So he made his own
And I'll play
rope
the
chairs
first 5 seconds or so just to make sure that
with common knots.
the audio is working appropriately.
All his objections have been overruled. Like
Okay. Now I can hear it on the
100%.
courtroom speakers. Is this the area, the landing of the steps that you sat with Mr. Lychwick in for the duration of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm playing Exhibit 178. It is 2 minutes and 11 seconds long, and it starts at, according to the timestamp on the body cam, 10:09 a.m. and 31 seconds.
I object.
What's your objection?
This was not given to me in discovery.
There's a good
That is
objection.
Attorney Thompson, we've made a record about discovery being provided to the defense previously. That is not not an objection for trial. That's been settled. On that basis, the objection is overruled. The exhibit may be played.
You said you go to a bar for like a monthly thing. What's that about?
I'm in a social club.
Oh, cool.
It's my event. We call it a lunch. So I created this event trying to meet people and stuff. And so you hang out, you pick a place where you're going to meet and so forth. So I spent a lot of time in Germany. So I picked this little German bar out in West Dallas. And so we're getting together there, but it's really kind of small and too loud. So we were going to switch to another bar now. That place was really crowded. But the bartender was a very nice girl, and she was the one that told me about the TikTok. Yeah, we saw you on TikTok.
Which bar is it?
It's called the Eck Bar. It's German for corner bar.
Okay.
But it's not what Germans call the corner bar. It's typical of somebody trying to get their own English translation. The Germans call a small, it's really a pub, and the Germans call a small pub a Kneipe. They use a lot of K-N words.
Okay, how do you say it?
K-N-E-I-P-E.
Okay.
Kneipe. So it's really a Kneipe.
Okay.
But they call it the Eck Bar. So the Eck in German is corner. So
Okay, so they put their English translate, they put it into Google Translate, and they got it.
Yeah, that's probably what she did, the owner and everything. But walls are full of, trinkets and things from Germany that the local population around the area who used to go there, and now have gotten real old or died off, and they don't go there anymore, have left on the walls, and maybe all contribute something, steins and things like that.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's heavily centered on Bavaria, so they have the checkered blue flag flying with the German flag and our flag.
Okay.
And then we were all laughing because somebody tacked a small American flag onto the German flag. I think they taped it on there.
Come on.
Well, that's, I suppose, it's America's.
Yeah, well.
Now, when you were testifying earlier, explaining the different parts of this investigation, had you also clipped a particular conversation where Mr. Lychwick was explaining growing up in Germany or traveling to Germany?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then in Exhibit 180, which has already been received, I think I asked published, but I'll double check.
You did.
Okay, thank you. Now, are we going to hear about the conversation about this individual in Minnesota?
Yes, I believe so in this clip.
Okay. Starting at the 0-second mark, and this clip starts at 10:19:42 per the timestamp on the body cam.
I have to.
Well, thanks for breaking your rule.
In the dating apps and so forth, I try not to say that.
All right.
If they see you're in your 60s, they don't really look at you anymore.
Really?
I date the younger crowd.
You did say you had a girlfriend in her 20s.
Yeah.
Recently, right?
Yeah, she just turned 22 this October.
Okay.
I don't know why we broke up. She should be here with me.
Okay.
Good person.
She was just wonderful. She was awesome.
And you said, did you guys end up meeting through like the online dating app, or yeah?
Age didn't matter to us at all. Just we had some static from people now and then,
You get static, but again, she's not 12, she's 22, right. She's an adult.
The female officer's looking at him.
She just turned 19 when we met.
Okay.
And she was already in college. She had a nice place. She was like going on 42.
Okay. When did you guys break up?
Pause the video, please. What's the objection?
They're making me look like a cradle robber or something. This is irrelevant to this investigation.
All right, I believe the state has already introduced the relevance by setting up the foundation through the detective. The exhibit has already been admitted without objection, or over the objection, I believe. The court has already allowed it to be published, and based upon what's been displayed so far and relating back to the reason for playing this that the state introduced, I'll overrule the relevance objection and allow it to be played. You may continue.
I'm sorry, I paused it for the objection at 1:15, and I am resuming play there.
I can't tell you why. It was just, I don't know, my friends think it was all the driving. She's in Minnesota. North central Minnesota, so we were driving back and forth, which is really the main reason why I got the Kia downstairs, the Kia Ford.
Yeah.
So we could be together. And gas mileage is really good. It's just it was 358 miles one way, so she was coming here and we were going there, home for school and her job and stuff.
What does she do?
She works now. She's working, the last I heard, she's working at Starbucks.
Okay.
She's getting pretty good tips and everything. And then for a while, she was working with the community college studying welding. And I'm so glad she dropped out of that. She's just a little woman. And she almost had a 110-pound saline tank fall on her.
Oh, wow.
I know.
That's
I
bad.
threw her back out, so I was working on her back. And I was so worried about her. And finally, she just pulled the plug on that. She said, I'm through.
You can make some.
Okay.
I was working on her back? What?
Exhibit 180, I'm sorry, Judge, that
like
was
a
a
part-time
total of 2
chiropractor?
minutes and 24 seconds. Now, Detective Stern, when we hear this information about the person in Minnesota, on one of the notes located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment, is there an operation that is connected to an individual in Minnesota?
Object.
What's the objection?
There was no note like that found in my apartment. I don't know what they're talking about. This is ridiculous.
Okay, again, I'll ask the jury, or I'm instructing the jury to disregard the defendant's statements about evidence. The objection's overruled on that basis. The witness may answer.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
I can. Now, after watching Exhibit 180, was there a connection during this investigation you were able to make between a note recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment referencing an individual in Minnesota and the person being referenced in Exhibit 180?
Yes, on one of the notes that were recovered in his apartment during the November 26th search warrant, there is reference to an individual that I believe he was talking to us about in that clip, that she lives in central Minnesota, as he said.
Now, moving on then to the notes that were recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment. I think we heard from Detective Skolton that there was a large amount of paperwork that was seized and then brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department for additional review. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Now, were there two notes in particular that were of value to you in this investigation?
Yes.
Do you see Exhibit 146 in front of you at the witness stand?
I do.
And can you remind us what Exhibit 146 is?
146 is what we have been calling an operations note. This was located in that makeshift desk area during this search warrant. Lists out 4 different operations, the first of which says Operation Slop Shop and names Carlos Maldonado.
And I'll pause you there. I believe Exhibit 146A was previously received, but I cannot remember if I published, so I would ask the court if I can do that now as Detective Stern is reviewing 146.
146A was received and was used with the jury already.
Thank you. Okay, now in front of you, you have the physical note that you are talking about here with Operation Slop Shop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 146A is a copy of that. Is that accurate?
Oh, I'm sorry, 146A is on the screen. Yes, that is a photograph of it.
Okay, now if you could please tell me as we go through this, what is the title, if you will, of this note?
The first thing that I note there is targets identified.
And does it give a date range?
Targets for 2023 to 2024, November 2023 through 31 January 2024.
Is there an actual stamp with the date on it?
Yeah, there seems to be a stamp on there, or there is a stamp on there, November 26, 2023.
If we go to the first operation, listed as number 1 here, can you read that for the jury, please?
Yes. Operation Slop Shop, Carlos Maldonado and connected subjects and threats from this operation.
I object.
What's your objection?
This is not my document. I don't even know what a slop shop is. I have no connection to this document. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what he's talking about.
Mr. Lychwick, this objection is untimely. Exhibit 146A has already been received into evidence. You may continue, Attorney Thompson.
Now, as we continue on this particular note in 146, is there a second operation titled Operation Starling?
Yes.
And is there anything about Operation Starling that references Operation Slop Shop?
In another document related to Operation Starling, there's another 2 more references to Operation Slop Shop.
Okay, is that in front of you marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now Exhibit 147, is it currently wrapped in plastic?
Yes.
And is there also another folder in there with a piece of paper on top of it?
Yes.
Okay, and before we show that to the jury, is this that second operation, or the second letter that we're talking about here that had evidentiary value to you that was recovered from Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction, and in fact, it's the original that was recovered from his apartment during the search warrant on November 26th?
Exhibit 147 is the original that was recovered on November 26th from his apartment.
I would ask that...
Object.
What's your objection, Mr.
Assumes
Lychwick?
evidence. This is an assumption. It was not found in my apartment.
All right. The objection is overruled. That is something for the jury to determine. Attorney Thompson?
I would ask that Exhibit 147 be received.
It already has been.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
But it has not been previously published to the jury.
Okay, thank you. Now, Detective Stern, if you could hold that up in front of you, Exhibit 147.
Are you asking to publish it?
May I please publish?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of 147?
I sternly object.
Okay. The court will allow 147 to be published and used with the jury.
Thank you. Detective Stern, can you please hold up Exhibit 147? Is there, to your knowledge, a backside to the note?
Yes, there is.
Is there anything on the backside of the note that was particularly relevant to the investigation here?
Not particularly. It was a couple acronyms that appeared to be scribbled down.
Okay. Now, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of just the witness? I am going to place on the screen for you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 182. Is this a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize Exhibit 182?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a document that kind of takes my translation of these letters based on the handwriting. It took some time to interpret what was on there. So basically, we created this document so that you could read it without trying to read the handwriting on the original note.
Okay. Was this exhibit, Exhibit 182, prepared in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
Yes.
And is this exhibit detail your translations that you put in your supplement report regarding this investigation?
Yes.
And did you go through Exhibit 182 and compare it to your report to ensure that there was accuracy to these translations that you discussed?
Yes, I did. They're both the same.
And would reviewing Exhibit 182 as we go through these photos assist you in the translation and in remembering how you put together the sentences, if you will, and the messages in these notes?
Yes, it would.
I would ask that Exhibit 182 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick?
I heartily object.
Okay, Attorney Thompson, is 182 a summary or demonstrative aid for both 146 and 147?
It is, yes.
Okay, so
got
both 146 and 147
sternly,
are contained on
strenuously.
182?
That is correct.
You mentioned, Attorney Thompson, that there is some text on the backside of 147, which is in a sealed envelope, so not readily accessible without breaking the seal. Is any of that text on 182?
It is, yes. So I will be asking Detective Stern to open that plastic seal.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if the jury were to want to compare the original writings with the summary, they would have access to all of 147.
Yes, they will.
Okay. Over the defense objection, then, I will allow 182 to be received as a demonstrative aid.
Okay. Now, may I please publish 182 with the jury as I go through the note with Detective Stern?
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to publication of 182?
I heartily object.
Okay. The court will allow 182 to be used with the jury.
Okay. let me try to set up this screen here first. Oops. I'll go back to 146A. We will start there. And then okay, now Detective Stern, can you see exhibits 182 and 146A side by side?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now as we continue going through exhibit 146A, we've already referenced Operation Slop Shop and explained that. Now, for the second operation of Operation Starlane, when we talk about or move down to phase 2, is there an individual there named Raven Tanya Frederick?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to connect this person to Mr. Lychwick and to the state of Minnesota?
Yes, that individual lives in the state of Minnesota and had a previous romantic relationship with Mr. Lychwick.
And through the investigation, in terms of digital evidence that we'll talk about later, did you also see this name in those items?
Several times.
Object.
What's your objection?
He's saying that he saw her name in these documents that were not created by me. He put them there. I had nothing to do with this.
Mr. Lychwick, the objection's overruled. Whether or not the documents are tied to you is a matter for the jury to ultimately determine. This witness is stating that he recovered these documents during the search warrant in your apartment, and that's the extent of the conclusion he's drawing. So for that reason, the objection is overruled.
Got it. Okay, then as we continue reading in Exhibit 146A, is there a backside to the 146 exhibit you have in front of you on the witness stand?
Yes, this is the front and this is the back.
Okay, now when we're looking at Exhibit 182, does that continue on with the backside of the front of Exhibit 146?
Yes, the number 3 and 4 are copies of what is on the back of Exhibit 146.
Okay, now those two operations that are on the back of Exhibit 146, can you flip that in front of you?
Yes.
Are, specifically in Operation 4, are there two names under that operation? Are there two names under that operation?
Yes.
What are those names?
Lychwick Kurt P. and Arlene J. Lychwick.
Now, in terms of when we're assessing who this note belongs to, are those two individuals, were you able to figure out who they are?
Yes.
And who are they?
That's his younger brother and his mother.
Is there also in Operation 3 a name of an individual that you determined to be a real person throughout your investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to determine a connection between Mr. Lychwick and this person?
Yes, previous romantic relationship.
Now, if we move to Exhibit 147, which you should have in front of you, and if you could please go ahead and open Exhibit 147.
This.
Is there a pair of scissors that was up here? Or
I'm sorry.
I gave the scissors to the defendant. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot they were returned.
He was just trying to open it with his teeth. Get this evidence open. Gloves sound way too small. They're a tight fit. It's not craft night. You just have to open it.
Okay, now, as we go through exhibit number 147, this second letter, are there references to Operation Slop Shop in letter number 2 or exhibit 147?
Yes, there are 2 on this side of exhibit 147.
And that folder
They were on Operation 3.
that is also in the bag with exhibit 147, or with the note, excuse me, I'm sorry. Was this note found in that folder?
Yes.
Is there a name on that folder?
Yes.
What is the name?
Raven Frederick. Also, it says Roland Richard.
Now, does page 2 of exhibit 182 then assist you with reading exhibit 147?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, if I go down to page 2, what is the... How does the letter start?
Operational, I believe it says service, but I put it in a bracket because I was not entirely sure. So operational service for 2023-2024. 4 main targets centering on attacking. Stay focused on the mission momentum.
I object.
What's your objection?
The detective isn't even sure what he's talking about again.
Okay, ultimately, the jury will decide what these exhibits say. Exhibit 182 has been allowed in as a demonstrative exhibit to assist the witness in testifying and to assist the jury, but it's the jury's determination ultimately as to what these letters contain. The objection is overruled. The witness may continue.
With this demonstrative, are there other areas of this letter where you put either words or blank spaces in brackets?
Yes.
Is that because that's what the note reflects, or is that also an area in which you are not entirely sure because of the difficulty in reading what it says?
The brackets are not on the note. The parentheses are on the note and reflect what is here. However, the brackets were me making a note of either a or my inability to read it, or perhaps it was a foreign language word. Or in some of the brackets, I also just denote that, I figured out what the word was. It was in German. So I just kind of put what the translation was.
Okay. Now, then after it talks about...
Objection.
What's your objection?
He says he's not even sure. He says he's kind of sure. Okay. Kind of sure. This is my life we're talking about here. I object to the way he's wording this and claiming that this was found in my apartment and everything.
Mr. Lychwick, again, I'm not going to allow you to editorialize. You can state your objection, which you have based on the objection you stated. I'm overruling the objection. This exhibit is already in. The jury is to determine the weight to give to this witness's testimony and the weight to give to this exhibit, if any, and that's a jury determination. The objection is overruled. The witness may continue.
Now, after we talk about staying focused on the mission, does this letter then start discussing Operation Starling?
Yes.
And what is the first reference in Operation Starling to Operation Slop Shop?
It's located here. It says, need to execute Operation Slop Shop. Need momentum, push, money/financing, equipment, vehicles, arms, restraints, plastic materials, etc.
In particular, underneath the heading of obstacles to operation, is there, or can you read what those 3 obstacles are?
Again, on the original, that's located right here. Secrecy in entering and movement in and around Minnesota without leaving a footprint. Funds for operation need approximately $12,000. Disposal of rotten meat and staging area.
Did there come a time in this investigation where you were reviewing records, electronic records belonging to Mr. Lychwick that referenced carcasses?
Yes.
And is rotten meat generally a carcass?
I think that's a fair example.
Okay. Now, when we continue further down the letter in Exhibit 147 with you on the witness stand, is there a portion that's written in either it's darker or a different colored font? Is there a paragraph that stands out to you at the bottom of this letter?
Yes, the bottom of this letter is a darker ink, and there's a paragraph there.
What does that paragraph
Camera
say?
almost penned.
This operation can commence since Operation Slop Shop is completed. Funds and reparations have been seized from Slop Shop for Starling, and all threats from the first stop have been neutralized.
Okay, guys, where are you standing on innocence and
Madam
guilt
Clerk,
so
can you
far?
turn on the screen, please, just with the witness? Now, in terms of these letters, they were both found in Mr. Lychwick's apartment. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
I object.
What's your objection?
They were not found in my apartment. Those are
Mr.
not my
Lychwick,
letters.
I'm not going to warn you anymore. You cannot editorialize. You cannot try to introduce testimony or evidence. You state a legal basis for your objection, and I'll rule on that. Your objection is overruled. Testimony will stand. Next question.
From your research, did Mr. Lychwick live alone?
Yes.
Carlos Maldonado, is that the individual who lived right next door to him in this apartment building?
Yes.
Were there other references in these electronic records we'll go through where it appears that Mr. Lychwick had been searching Carlos Maldonado's name?
Yes.
Are there German references throughout both of these notes?
Yes.
And we watched those two recordings where Mr. Lychwick discussed German history and was kind of talking about that to you and Detective Barron. Is that correct?
Correct.
When we talk about those electronic searches later on, an individual named Raven, does that person show up in those searches?
In the electronic records, yes.
And then from the first page in Operation 4, Kurt and Arlene, you indicated there is a relation between them and Mr. Lychwick. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in looking at what I'm about to pull up as Exhibit 92, was Mr. Lychwick's cell phone seized as part of this search warrant that was executed on November 26th of 2024?
Yes.
And were you the one that then requested Detective Fine perform an extraction of that phone and create a forensic image that you could then view?
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Thompson, I'm going to take a break at this time.
That's a
We've been
good
at it
breaking
for a
point.
while.
I think we're going to get a talking
ladies and
to.
gentlemen, we'll take a bathroom break and stretch break for about 10 minutes. I remind you again, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
All rise, the jury.
He stands for the jury. That's good. He's participating again. Maybe he can apologize to his lawyer and get him back. What do you think? Judge is frustrated with what he's doing. I think we're going to hear a little bit about that right now.
You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lychwick, I've cautioned you already on the record. I'll caution you again. I'm not going to further allow any more editorializing or your attempts to testify in front of the jury. Frankly, Mr. Lychwick, what you're doing, I want you to really pause and reflect on the statements you're making, because essentially you're connecting yourself to a lot of this evidence by raising objections and trying to testify to the jury. So I'm not going to allow that anymore. If you have an objection to make, you can state objection. You can state a legal basis if I ask for it, and that's it. No more testimony. Understand? All right. Anything else from the state before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else before we break?
Again, this whole trial is a travesty, and I object to it. This case should have been dismissed 8 months ago due to tainted evidence. There's a presence of tainted evidence in this case.
Your
It has not
objection's
been
noted.
properly investigated, and furthermore, I'm in poor health.
Your continuing objections are noted. We are on break.
Noted. Noted, they say. All right, we're on break. That's our last break for the day. After this, we're done. I don't know how the judge can stop it, because the problem is Mr. Lychwick doesn't understand what a legal objection is. Like, he doesn't know what that would look like. He got really close. I mean, hasn't used hearsay yet, but he got close to relevance. I think he mentioned speculation. That's the closest we got. But tainted love. A little bit of Depeche Mode. Is that what we need? Oh, man. The evidence has taken a turn for the worse for Mr. L. This is bad now. We've now got notes from his apartment with plans, step-by-step plans for carrying out various operations. The first one being the victim's name on there, who he said he doesn't know, doesn't even know who he is. But his name was found in his apartment as step one, and then notes indicating that step one was taken care of. He's been eliminated. Needs to get rid of the rotten meat. That's what it smells like. Amy Kimball, congratulations. Oh, we've got a scammer. Hang on one second. Hello? Hello?
Yes, my name is Adam. How are you doing today?
Good, Adam.
I do see that you have health insurance from Marketplace. Is that correct?
Oh, thank you.
What?
You said you gave me some Marketplace?
Yes, I will provide you.
Thank you.
So
That was
I
very
just
kind
asked
of
two
you.
quick questions, and after that, listen to me. I just asked two quick questions, and after that, you will receive this mail. Okay?
I'm sorry. What was it you were saying?
I said I just asked two quick questions, and after that, you will receive this. Okay?
Sounds like you're yelling into the phone.
Let me know what's your zip code.
Hello? Adam, are you there?
Yes. What's your 5-digit? Yes, I am.
Okay. You said you wanted me to ask you two questions. I'm still thinking of the first question.
Yes. Okay. My first question
All right.
is that what's your zip code?
One. What is your favorite color? That's my first question.
Sir, I said I ask questions, not you.
You said I get two questions.
I get, not you.
Can I go first?
Okay? Okay, you can.
Okay. The first one is, what is your favorite color?
My favorite color is like ocean green.
Wrong. It was
No,
blue.
that's right.
Blue was the right answer. Let me think of the second question.
No, that's not. Okay.
How many people are in your family?
4.
Wrong. Wrong. Your
No, that's
your parents
right.
have disowned you because of the job you have right now. So only 3, technically.
Oh, that's great. Okay, now what's your zip code, sir?
Can I get some more questions? Because I think I have better question than that.
Yes, you have, but tell me what's your zip code, and after that you can ask.
90210.
90210.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm in California.
Now ask.
Okay. Okay.
Now ask your questions.
All right. Who is your cell phone provider?
My mother.
Your mother pays for your cell phone?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. Now I ask one question.
All right. Sure.
What's your age, sir?
Now, that's a hard one because I have to do the math. Let me get a pencil. Let me go check.
Okay.
Let me ask you one while I'm doing that. How long have you been scamming
Yes.
people about Medicare?
What?
How long have you been scamming people about Medicare? Do you need me to spell it for
No,
you?
I'm not scamming.
You're not scamming?
No, I'm not scamming, sir.
So if I answer
Yes.
all the questions appropriately about which part I have and my age, you're not going to transfer me to an agent, and you're going to sit in the middle and listen as my details are read to that agent?
Yes, I will transfer to you, agent, and he will provide you these mails, okay?
But you can't even tell me if it's a he. Sometimes you transfer it and it's a she. You don't know who it is.
A he is he. Okay, not
What if
she.
it's a she? What if he identifies as a she?
So I told you he is he, not she.
What is his
so,
name?
could you tell me what's your
What
age?
is his name, please?
His agent. I don't know about him. My senior supervisor knows it.
What's your senior supervisor's name, please?
Moses.
Muhammad. What? What part of India are you calling from?
No.
What part? Are you in Calcutta?
What?
Are you in Calcutta?
No.
No. You're not in the call center that fronts as
I'm
a real
from Dallas,
business?
Texas.
You're in Texas?
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. So
Yes.
you know what the weather's there like right now. What's the temperature outside?
Yeah. Temperature? I know weather. Weather is nice, like normal.
Yeah. So the tornado warning hasn't affected you at all?
No, it doesn't.
Oh man,
Okay.
you've been pretty
Tell me
good.
your
You've been
age.
pretty good playing along. Tell you what, I'm a YouTuber.
Okay.
My channel
Tell
is
me your age, sir.
my channel is Recovery Addict. You're live on YouTube right now. We help take these calls to educate people about
Okay.
scams about Medicare.
Let me know what's your age, sir. What's your age?
My age is whatever it needs to be for me to transfer you to your next person. What should it be? You choose my age.
This is my question, sir. This is my question.
And my question is,
What's your
what
age?
should it be?
I guess.
Should I be 65? Should I be 59?
You are maybe 59.
Sounds like a great age.
Okay. Now tell me what's your real age.
59.
Are you sure? Really?
Yes. How could I be wrong?
Okay,
You guessed
you're-
right.
Okay. That's great. Okay. I will. You have to talk to my supervisor. He will provide you benefits mail. Okay.
Okay.
You're just not 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, can I ask
So
him
he's
questions?
on the line. You have to talk to him. No, he will ask you.
I'll ask him one too, though.
Thank you so much for holding. This is Eric Smith, I'm the senior supervisor on the floor. How are you doing today?
Good. I have a question for you. Adam said I could ask you 20 questions. The first one is, what is your favorite color?
You can see.
What color? What is your favorite color? Yeah, that's a hard one. Most people miss that. He hung up. Okay. All right, we're going to be back in court for a little bit. That was a good call. Adam kept to the script. I told him I was a YouTuber and I play these scam calls live on the internet. He's like, okay, what is your age? Oh my goodness. We do this as a public service. If you ever get a call like that, it is actually a scam. What they're trying to do is they're trying to transfer you to a real company which can actually help you with Medicare should you need help with that. But they stay connected to the phone call in the middle silently. And so you might get an Allstate or some other big insurance company name with a real agent who asks real questions like your name, your date of birth, and your social security number. And the guy in the middle harvests all of that and starts to steal your identity. So that's why we do it. My cell phone provider is my mother. Get a job, you bum. Quit bumming off your mom. Pay for your own phone. All right, we're coming back to court here. So let's do this. Let's go to 6. And, nope, not 6. We're on 7. Let's pause 6. That's not it. Let's pause this one. Nailed it. First try. All right. That was epic. That was a good one. I'm glad it didn't devolve into calling really rude names and things we have to edit out.
The appearances are the same. Standby counsel is still present as well. Attorney Thompson, where are we at in terms of timing here?
I'm
almost done.
I would say probably another half hour.
Okay.
But I will definitely I'm more than halfway done.
Okay. My inclination would be to finish Detective Stern's testimony, but I'm not going to go past 5.
Okay.
So we'll see where we're at. And is Detective Stern still the state's last witness?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, at this point, have you thought about whether or not you want to testify in this case?
I've decided not to.
Okay. You don't have to make that determination for sure just yet. I'm only asking to get an idea of what the timeline is going to be like for today. I think at this point, after the state is done, we're still going to break until tomorrow anyway. And I'll take up any motions you have at the close of the state's case, and then I will talk to you about your right to testify and your right not to testify. Do you have any other witnesses that you intend to call?
Not at this time. And of course, I do intend to cross-examine the detective.
Sure, I understand, and you will get that opportunity to. If we aren't able to finish that by 5 o'clock, then we'll continue his cross-examination in the morning.
All right.
Okay, then we will bring the jury in.
All right, we might be at the end of this case before you know it. Stands for the jury out of respect, even before the bailiff does. He's still playing Farmville something. I don't know. Stardew Valley. I don't know what game that bailiff's playing.
All right, jury.
Puts it away in his pocket. They have 45 more minutes, so we'll be done. Got Tyler Robinson coming up this week. Maybe a couple-day hearing. Is that the preliminary?
Thank you. You may be seated. We will continue with the testimony of Detective Stern. Detective, you are still under oath. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just for the witness? Detective Stern, while we're doing that, we heard from Detective Fine about the forensic image he created of Mr. Lychwick's cell phone that was recovered during that search warrant on November 26th of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was a Cellbrite bookmark or flag report generated based upon the review of Mr. Lychwick's cell phone?
Yes.
Do you see Exhibit 92 in front of you?
Yes.
And it is a very lengthy document. It's 42 pages long. As I'm skimming through this, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is the Cellbrite report of items that we flagged as potentially evidential at that point in the investigation.
Okay. Now, this summary, or on the page here, is there a summary section that tells you which phone that this Cellbrite report belongs to?
Yes.
Strike that. Can you see it is a Samsung SM-A125U?
Yes.
And was there a name associated with this phone on this first page of Exhibit 92?
Yes, the device name was Conrad's A12.
And how is Conrad spelled?
Konrad.
With a K.
I would move Exhibit 92 into evidence, and
First, as to admissibility, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 92 in evidence?
Yes, I do.
What is your objection?
My objection is the fact that it shouldn't be used in these matters against me because this is wrong.
Okay. The court overrules the objection of the defense and will allow Exhibit 92 into evidence.
now, as we go through this bookmark report, I'm not going through every single page of the 42 pages with you, but as we scroll down here, is there a section that is titled autofill?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, what is this autofill section? And actually, before I ask you to answer, may I please have permission to publish Exhibit 92 with the jury?
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 92 being used with the jury?
I object.
Okay. Exhibit 92 will be allowed for publication.
Okay, if we're looking at page 2 in Exhibit 92, there's an autofill section. To your knowledge, what does this autofill section mean?
So when you use certain websites, they may have a first name, last name field. And if you begin using the same, and entering the same information over and over again, eventually the phone picks up on it, and to try to make things easier for the user, will suggest an autofill. In this case, these were autofill flags that we located in his phone that were used on an unknown website using the Chrome browser.
And so this does not tell you which website was visited where Carlos Maldonado's name was entered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you see on the right-hand side here a timestamp and a last used date?
Yes, yeah, the first box there, the timestamp is November the 14th, 2023, with the last name Maldonado.
And is there also an autofill entry for first name Carlos with a last used date of November 14th of 2023?
Yes.
When we look at Exhibit 146, which is the Operation Slop Shop note, did you see a date range or a reference to November of 2023 on there?
Yes, there's a stamp in the top right corner here, November 26, 2023. So they're very near when the phone was logging this information being used on it.
Now, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you turn off the screen just for one moment, please? And leave it on with the witness, please. I'm sorry. In addition to this Cellbrite report, the autofill section, are there sections that have those user attributes or user identifiers within this report?
Yes.
And from this report, were you able to obtain a Gmail account for Mr. Lychwick, the defendant?
Yes, Gmail account of Conrad with a K, Conrad Lychwick at gmail.com was used with this phone. It was logged in.
Once you had that information, then, did you prepare a search warrant for that Gmail account or that Gmail that you just referenced?
Yes.
And does that warrant have to be signed by a judge before you serve it on the company?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And did you subsequently receive the returns from that Gmail account?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we continue down in exhibit number 92, did you flag a searched items section and particular searches that were made on this phone?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, now can you please republish to the jury? So in this searched items section, what did you observe? I'm sorry, that was a terrible question. What did you observe as it relates specifically to the investigation into the homicide of Carlos Maldonado?
First, you'll see on here we flagged, they're very close together in time, so it doesn't necessarily mean repetitive searching. That'll show up on a Cellbrite report sometimes. But the first one is Waukesha News for October 2024. Continue scrolling down. Waukesha breaking news today. And then the one that really stood out there was on November the 24th, 2024. Waukesha News for November shooting.
Have there been any shootings in November or October of 2024 in the city of Waukesha?
I object.
What's your objection?
No direct relevance to this case. It could be, I was not searching for that. I was searching for, I heard some gunshots outside of the Salty Toad restaurant in Waukesha at a bar.
Mr. Lychwick, I am not going to allow you to editorialize or try to introduce other evidence to the jury. You have an opportunity to state a legal objection, and that is it. Your objection was stated as relevance. The objection is overruled. The witness will be allowed to answer.
Well, these are his searches.
No, based on, I know I recall the question. Okay. I'm a police officer. I'm pretty well tied into what's going on in our community. There was no shootings during that time frame. Notably, as of November 24th, 2024, the knowledge that this investigation included the fact that the victim was shot was not public.
As we continue scrolling through, we see several repeated searches, but you talked about not necessarily searching the same thing over and over again, just how it comes up on the Cellbrite report. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, when we come to lines 12, 13...
Take it down, please. Attorney Thompson, if you have a specific search that you're going to reference, I'd ask that you go to that specific search instead of scrolling through any potential searches that otherwise might be irrelevant.
Okay.
Thank you. So if you want to, the screen is up for this particular witness. You can go to a particular search and then ask the witness questions about that, and that page could be published.
The judge saw
some I am looking specifically at line 12 on page 13 of Exhibit 92. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And what is that search term?
BGS 9 German Border Police.
Okay, and what is the date of that search?
November 22nd, 2024.
Okay. Then, in looking at exhibit number, I'm sorry, still on 92, but in looking at line 15, what is the search on that line?
November the 10th, 2024, there are searches for Cold Spring, Minnesota, and variations of it, Cold Spring M, Cold Spring, Minnesota again. And the significance of that is one of the towns that the female named Raven, referenced in one of the letters, lives in.
I object.
What's your objection?
She does not live in Cold Spring, Minnesota. She lives in Sturgeon Lake, Minnesota, and we both lived in...
Mr. Lychwick, stop. You may state a legal basis for your objection, and that's it. You cannot testify in front of the jury. If you do it again, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom. I'm not going to allow you to continue to defy the court's order and try to testify to the jury.
I am not trying to.
No, you're not trying to. You are testifying to the jury, and I'm not going to allow it. What's your legal basis for your objection?
There's no tie to the case to
relevance.
To Raven Tanya Frederick, for one.
That would be a relevance objection.
I'm sorry?
That would be a relevance objection.
Relevance objection, then.
All right. The state has established relevance through the admission of the other notes and the other references to that individual and to Minnesota, and therefore the court will overrule the objection. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
I just have a couple more searches that I want to talk to you about. Line 22 on page 14, is there a search there?
November 9th, 2024, German/English.
As we continue going through the search section, I'd like to start at line 43 on page 16. What is that search?
On November 7th, 2024, there was a search for small storage unit rentals in Oshkosh.
And Attorney Thompson, I just wanted to clarify, I didn't mean that you're unable to publish the exhibit, but I just wanted you to ask for specific publication of specific searches rather than scrolling through the entire list.
And that's okay. I think it is just as, I think it is just fine to have Detective Stern read from Exhibit 92 from the screen in front of him.
Okay, you may continue.
Are there other searches then on Mr. Lychwick's phone related to storage units?
Yes, on November 7th, basically all of them revolve around small storage unit rentals in Oshkosh. And at the time that we had this downloaded completed after the November 26th warrant, that was known to us that search had been completed.
In looking at line 50 on page 17, what is that search?
On October the 20th, 2024, there was a search for Raven T. Frederick, current address.
Do we also see that same search again on October 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And line 62 on page 18, what is that search?
October 16th, 2024, there was a search for Raven T. Frederick, Sturgeon Lake, Minnesota.
As you looked through Exhibit 92, in particular looking at lines 72, 73, 74, does it appear that, well, first, what are those searches in those three lines?
All three of those searches were conducted on October the 16th of 2024, and two of them are People Looker and People Looker Free Alternative.
PIPL or PEOPLE?
I'm sorry, I'm just checking one more thing. In lines 122 and 123 on page 23 of Exhibit 92, are there searches related to the German language?
Yes, on September 28th, 2024, there was a search for African countries that speak German, and what is the one-word order in German?
One word or world?
Are there searches in Exhibit 92 at various times of Glenda Rose?
Yes.
What about Teresa Newman?
Yes.
Do you know who those people are?
Yes.
Who are they?
Glenda Rose is the building manager at 1512 East North Street. Teresa Newman is one of the residents there.
Again, objection.
Relevance
To this homicide investigation.
Attorney Thompson, what's the relevance to Teresa Newman?
That she is one of the individuals who was present when that police were called after Mr. Maldonado's remains were recovered.
Okay.
She was not a witness, but she, I believe, was referenced by Ms. Rose during her testimony.
Okay, the court will overrule the objection on relevance. It's up to the jury to determine what weight, if any, to give to that evidence and that testimony. You may continue.
When we look at the searches in lines 164 through 167 in Exhibit 92, is there a reference to German soldiers?
Yep, all of these searches were conducted on September 27th, 2024, and are as follows. Did German soldiers get pensions after World War II? How many former German military personnel joined the U.S. Armed Forces after World War II? Did any Luftwaffe personnel join the USAF after World War II? Luftwaffe planes.
And
I object.
What's your objection?
Relevance to this homicide investigation. Bring up history and the cultural background. I mean, come on.
Again, the state has laid an appropriate foundation for the relevance of German inquiries and German materials given the other evidence in this case, so the court will overrule the objection on relevance.
They've pounded the point home time and time already. Do we have to have this?
Objection
All
cumulative?
right, the court will interpret that as a cumulative objection, which is a legal objection to make.
Now he's going to start using that.
Given that these are inquiries with regards to references on a phone versus the previous testimony, which was references in an interview and on paperwork, the court will allow some additional leeway on introducing this type of evidence. But certainly if there are more, you can raise that cumulative objection, Mr. Lychwick. For now, it's overruled.
He's learning.
Now, as we continue reviewing exhibit number 92, are there more searches that are related to Germany?
Yes.
Okay. Once you... Actually, strike that. Now, if we go back to exhibit 164, which is our timeline, we have the search warrant at Mr. Lychwick's apartment. We've talked about what was on his phone and the notes. So now, on November 26th of 2024, does your department write and apply for a GPS tracking device warrant?
Yes, based on the notes that we located, did not add up to probable cause to make an arrest at that time. However, we did apply for a search warrant to get a GPS to continue the investigation.
And was that warrant approved to place a GPS tracking device on Mr. Lychwick's car?
Yes.
And was that a Kia Forte?
Yes.
I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 183. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Lychwick's Kia Forte.
Now, once the GPS tracker was placed, and did that allow officers to, in live time, see where Mr. Lychwick was going in this vehicle?
Yes, it did.
Did law enforcement also have surveillance on Mr. Lychwick outside of the GPS tracking device?
Yes, we did.
And when I say surveillance outside of the tracking device, what do I mean by that?
We had officers physically undercover. Basically, they would follow him when he left his residence.
At this point, had you, actually, no, strike that. Now, between November 26th of 2024 and December 1st, what patterns do you observe as it relates to Mr. Lychwick's movements?
During that time in examining, the GPS was telling us and the data that it was providing us and the officers that were following, it was very typical local errands in the area. It was nothing suspicious at that time in terms of his movements.
Did there come a time on December 1st of 2024 where Mr. Lychwick started traveling outside of those general patterns that you just talked about?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that, please?
Yep, on December 1st, we noted that he started heading north on Highway 164. Again, at this time, I had known from the phone download that there was a November 7th search for storage units in Oshkosh. I know just from familiarity and living in Wisconsin almost my whole life that from Waukesha, you would be heading up north on 164 to head towards Oshkosh. So we followed him because he was now leaving the city, potentially in a direction that was related to what we had located on his phone.
She's almost done.
And was that you and Detective Skolton that followed him?
That's correct.
Now, we've heard testimony about how Mr. Lychwick was then followed to the U-Haul facility located in Kimberly, Wisconsin. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I would ask to play again exhibit number 98, which is one of the U-Haul clips, part of that PowerPoint. It showed the outside south row. I believe it was previously published as well, and I would ask to play a portion of that with Detective Stern again.
It was, and you may.
Thank you. Okay, now what are we going to see on this video here, just to kind of refresh our recollection?
I believe on this video you'll see the Kia Forte operated by Mr. Lychwick, and I believe this is the video where he is loading items into the trunk of his vehicle.
I'm playing starting from the very beginning.
The very beginning is a very good place to start. Takes a while for him to go in and get it. This is him cleaning out the storage unit into the trunk of the vehicle, where the gun was found, I might add. The storage unit's on, what, 40 miles away? Prosecutors struggled to use the actual presentation mode in PowerPoint, instead opting to show us her entire desktop. Even she's getting a little antsy with nothing happening on the screen. See the cursor just itching to just fast forward a little bit. I think she's just moving it so that you can see that, that it's not frozen, so the judge doesn't cut it off. Now she just jumps ahead.
Okay, nice. I did skip forward because I was not exactly sure of the timestamp, but now I am at 2:17 and 21 seconds on the video, which sorry.
Now she made a mess of it.
Thank you. I went to remove it to see the timestamp on the video, and that did not work. There you go. No, okay, never mind. So I'm going back to
2:17.
21:40. 2:21:40, excuse me.
You're burning daylight. You've got 16 minutes. I have to hurry because my wife actually went and got pizza. She says I have to go get it. She's not going to bring it to me. Ronnie Camber, you missed a few things. The evidence has been a little more damning, and the defendant is learning some new legal terms.
Okay. I'm pausing the video just before it ends. Detective Stern, was this video kind of skipping a little bit?
Yep.
Yes,
kept clicking around all over the
there's
place.
context to that, and it has to do with the camera systems at U-Haul. That is not the equipment here.
Okay. Now, when we obtained this U-Haul video, had we been made aware by Ms. Maloney, and did we hear her talk about how Mr. Lychwick had come and empty his storage unit?
Yes.
And as you and Detective Skolton were following Mr. Lychwick's car back into Waukesha County, had you learned that the storage unit was confirmed to be empty?
Correct.
And based upon your knowledge that there were items in that car that had been removed from that storage unit, and based on everything you knew up until this point in this investigation, did you have reason to believe that there might be items related to this investigation in the car?
Yes, based on all the factors present, as we're following him, because he did not stop anywhere and nothing got thrown out of the vehicle, as we were observing him all the way back, the reasonable conclusion that we came to was that whatever was in that storage unit was now in that car.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen, please, just for the detective?
Who is still wearing those gloves and can't wipe his face.
Now, as you continued following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, once it got back into the city of Waukesha, did officers perform a traffic stop on his vehicle?
Yes.
And as a result of that traffic stop, was this Kia Forte he was driving seized?
Yes.
Did officers, or did you, prepare a search warrant in order to search Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
And was that approved by a judge?
Yes.
Now, if we go back to our timeline on Exhibit 164, did this search occur the following day on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, it did.
Now, I'd like to show you what have been marked.
What's your objection? Assume items into evidence. The search warrant was not granted until after they seized the vehicle.
Mr. Lychwick, that's irrelevant for trial purposes. That is a pretrial issue. The search warrants have been ruled on by the court, and they are admissible. The evidence found from the search warrants are admissible. So the objection is overruled. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Now, Detective Stern, if I could go through these exhibits with you, and then I will have some questions for you about them at the end. Do you recognize exhibits 183 through 212?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, were photos taken during that search?
Yes.
And exhibits 183 through 212, are those the photos?
Yes, those were all taken during the search of the vehicle in the pole barn at the police department.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the search as it occurred on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, they are.
I would move exhibits 183 through 212 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Lychwick?
I strenuously object.
Okay. The objection is overruled. Those exhibits will be allowed into evidence. Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I object.
Okay, again, the objection's overruled. Those exhibits will be allowed to be published with the jury.
And looking at exhibits 183 and 184, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yep, that is the front of the vehicle.
And this is the vehicle that was searched?
That's correct.
Now, as we already heard from Specialist Schmidt about the way in which this vehicle is searched, exhibit 185, that's the back of this car, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we heard from him that we go section by section of the car. So in the front driver's seat, what are we looking at exhibit 186?
Appears to be a Maglite style flashlight.
And 187?
The binoculars underneath the seat.
188.
Various paperwork, which included the U-Haul contract that was entered as evidence during this case.
Now, in the back seat, behind the driver's seat, what are we seeing in 189?
In that red bag, if I recall correctly, it's a Sendix grocery store bag. Those are the 2 boots that were placed on evidence here.
And are those the 2 boots that we saw here in Exhibits 150 and 150A?
Yes.
And those are the boots that were sent to the crime lab in this case?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not the boots. The swabs from these boots were what were sent to the crime lab. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, when we get to the trunk of the car, which is where we see Mr. Lychwick on this U-Haul video, what do we end up finding in this car, in this trunk of this car, that had significance to you in this investigation?
So the significance in this investigation, you'll see there's kind of a blue duffel bag and that burgundy duffel bag with the blue straps on it. Also in this photograph, you can see that gravel shovel with the black duct tape around the end. If you recall, I find it strikingly similar to the video that we watched outside of 1512 East North on May 2nd of 2024.
Objection.
What's your objection?
Inference. The way he refers to the shovel as that shovel, as though it's involved in a crime, which it was not.
The objection is overruled. It is up to the jury to determine what weight and significance to give to that testimony. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Now, when we go to Exhibit 191, is this a closer up view of the left side of the trunk or the driver's side of the trunk?
Yes.
And then as we continue with taking these photos, do we eventually pull everything out of the trunk of the car?
Correct. We started pulling these packages one by one. We laid out tarps as described by Specialist Schmidt and methodically unpacked them to look at their contents.
Okay. Now at 192, that's the passenger side of the trunk?
Yes.
Now 193, what are the items, or where are these items from in the car?
These were located in the front passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Moving on to 194, do you know where these items were located from?
Yes, that was the back seat passenger compartment.
And is 195 a closer up view of 194?
Could you go back to 194 real quick? Yes, it is.
Okay. Why take a picture of this?
The black duct tape was something that we noted both during the autopsy as well as during the apartment with that. So, again, we don't know that it's directly involved. However, it bears striking resemblance to what was located during the autopsy.
Exhibit number 196.
No objection.
What are we seeing here?
This is the unpacking of the burgundy and duffel bag that was located in the trunk.
And Exhibit 197, is there anything here that you noted as it relates to this investigation?
As it relates to this investigation, notice the Brute brand 55-gallon contractor black plastic garbage bags. These, again, bear a striking resemblance to the plastic bags that Carlos Maldonado was located in.
And without raising them up, do you see Exhibits 151 and 151A on the witness stand in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are the large size garbage bags. 151A is the Brute roll that's in this photograph, to the best of my knowledge. These were located inside of the trunk during this search.
I would move Exhibits 151 and 151A into evidence.
Objection.
What was the identification of 151 itself?
That is a garbage bag roll, and 151A is a second garbage bag roll.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of those exhibits?
I strenuously object. He's inferring that these had something to do with a crime. He admits they don't know what they were exactly used for.
Okay, well, that's argument to make, Mr. Lychwick, and inferences you wish to draw. Ultimately, it's the jury's determination. So Exhibit 151 and 151A will be received.
And these were all the items located in this burgundy bag in the trunk. Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't believe this photograph shows the scope of it, but these items were in the burgundy bag. I believe a further out photo might show more items that were also in the burgundy bag.
Okay. And that was in 196. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Moving on to 198. What are we looking at here?
This was a ammo can that was located inside of the trunk, as well as bags of loose ammunition.
I forgot we went
Exhibit
back
199,
to watch
what
that
are we
audio
looking
again,
at
so we
here?
are a few minutes behind.
Most notably, this was boxes of 9mm Luger ammunition.
Why do you say most notably?
Looking at that photograph, because by this time we had identified the projectiles recovered at autopsy as being 9mm, and we eventually locate the 9mm Luger pistol in the trunk of the vehicle.
Objection.
What's your objection?
Infers on a coincidence. No hard proof here.
That's not a legal reason for excluding the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Detective Stern, do you see exhibits 153 and 154 in front of you?
Yes.
What are they?
These are bags containing multiple boxes of 9mm ammunition that was located inside the trunk of his vehicle.
Are these the boxes of ammunition that we see in Exhibit 199?
Exhibit 153 is all contained in Exhibit 199.
What about Exhibit 154?
I don't see them in this particular photograph.
Okay, but it was recovered from the trunk of the car?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 200, what do we see here?
Again, we see the red boxes that contain 9mm ammunition and additional items. Some are cleaning supplies. The rods would be for a firearm.
In looking at Exhibit 201, is this a different angle of Exhibit 200?
Yes, those rods are, as I just referred to, those would be used for cleaning firearms.
Now, Exhibit 202, do you know what this shows?
This is the shovel that I previously pointed out in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you see Exhibit 152 in front of you?
It's right there.
Can you please grab that, and I'll have some questions for you. What is contained in that brown bag as marked as Exhibit 152?
Metal gravel shovel that was recovered during the search of his vehicle.
I would move Exhibit 152.
I object.
Hang on, she hasn't done anything yet. Attorney Thompson?
I would move Exhibit 152 into evidence, ask that Detective Stern open it and publish to the jury.
First, as to admission of 152, Mr. Lychwick.
I object. The poor decedent was not killed with a shovel. There is no connection directly of a shovel to this homicide investigation.
All right, that would be a relevance objection. The court is allowing the evidence in over that objection. It will be received. As to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
I object.
Okay, the court will allow 152 to be opened and the item published to the jury.
If you could please open it. Detective Stern, on the top of the handle of this shovel marked as Exhibit 152, is it wrapped in anything?
Yes, this appears to be black duct tape.
Okay, thank you. You can place it back down then.
Objection.
What's your objection?
So what? Relevancy.
Okay, objection's overruled. The jury can determine what, if any, significance to give to the exhibit. You may continue, Attorney Thompson.
In looking at Exhibit 203, is this the bag that was right next to the shovel in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
Were there any items of evidentiary value in this bag?
In that blue bag, in this photo, I'm seeing the cords in there. I believe the blue bag. Could we return to one of the exhibits that showed the overall of the trunk?
Yes, I will go back to exhibit 190.
Okay, that blue bag is located in the trunk. I don't recall anything of evidential value in that bag.
Okay. Going back to exhibit 204 then, are these additional bags located in the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
In exhibit 204, was there a firearm located in one of these bags?
Yes, the firearm is wrapped inside those grocery bag, that plastic grocery bag right there. This photo was taken before we opened that up and revealed that firearm.
Now looking at exhibit 205, what is that?
That is a picture of the firearm that was located inside of that blue bag.
What about the bullet that is next to it, kind of towards the top of exhibit 206? Where was that found in relation to the firearm?
To the best of my recollection, that was a loose bullet that was in the bag with there.
And exhibit 207, what is that?
That is the stamp on the back of the bullet. So you see the primer, the bullet. You can see stamped there 9mm Luger, which is the caliber.
And exhibit 208?
There's a picture of the firearm, that loose bullet, and then the magazine that also had bullets in it.
209?
It's a close-up of the grip of the firearm that was located.
210?
It's a top photo of the firearm that was located.
211?
Another photograph with a ruler for scale for the size of the firearm.
212?
Another close-up attempting to identify the serial number on the firearm.
Okay. Now, we have searched this vehicle. We have located these particular items that you talked about. Once you are finished searching Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and do you make the decision you no longer need to continue retaining the vehicle?
Yes, after the search was completed, we also examined the vehicle for any other evidence that the vehicle may have been used in this crime. We did not find any, so there was no more need for us to retain possession of the vehicle after these items had been seized, as we were examining whether or not they were evidential in this case.
Did you contact Mr. Lychwick and advise him that his vehicle was being released and he was able to come and pick it up at the police department?
Yes, once a day on December 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I had phone contact with him, told him that he could come get his car.
Did he ever come and get his car?
No, several times he told me he was too sick, he didn't feel like it. On December 3rd, he asked for a ride, so myself and Detective Bloom went to the apartment, told him we would pick him up and bring him to the department so the car could be released to him. When we arrived, he refused to get in the car with us and kind of backed away from us, staying in the garage area. And ultimately, we left. We told him we could not drive his vehicle for liability reasons to him. I just let him know whenever he was ready to come get his car, he could come get his car.
On December 5th of 2024, did you receive a call from the crime lab regarding the firearms identification of this pistol that we're seeing in Exhibit 212?
Yes, on December 5th, that was when I received a phone call from Jessica Crawford, who we heard from the crime lab, and she gave me the verbal confirmation that the projectiles recovered from Carlos Maldonado at autopsy. Her determination was that those projectiles came from the barrel of this firearm located in his trunk.
We are 8 minutes behind.
Once you received this information, did you prepare a arrest warrant for Kevin Lychwick?
Yes. With that knowledge, we now determined that there was probable cause to arrest him for this crime.
Now, is Mr. Lychwick arrested then on December 6th of 2024?
Yes.
Prior to his arrest, had law enforcement been able to determine whether Mr. Lychwick had obtained a different vehicle than this Kia Forte?
Yes, surveillance continued on him, and as I said, he did not come and pick up his vehicle, even though I called him once a day to let him know that he could do so. And I believe it was on December 5th, it was determined that he got into a vehicle that was believed to be an Uber, and we found that he had rented a car from a local, I don't recall exactly which one, but it was a local car rental service. So he returned with a new car, and he had also gone to a cell phone company and obtained a new phone.
During the arrest of Mr. Lychwick, was that cell phone seized?
On
I'm sorry.
6th.
On December 6th of 2024, when Mr. Lychwick was arrested by your department, this new phone that you just referenced, was that also seized?
Yes, it was.
And was that examined by Detective Fine in the same manner that we've previously heard him talk about?
Yes, it was.
And did you review the new phone that was recovered from Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything on there that was significant to you in this investigation?
There was nothing new in the time since the first phone seizure to then, and most of the other data just replicated the other phone due to like a cloud backup of his accounts. So much of the same data was located during that second search on the new phone because of the backup. And then no, there was no additional from the dates to the time it was seized again.
Between the two phones, did you notice a difference in the existence of a passcode?
Yes, the first phone, as Detective Fine said, did not have a passcode. The second phone did have a passcode.
After the arrest...
Objection. No, it didn't.
Inference. It makes it sound as though I did something wrong. That is not the reason why I used the passcode on the phone. I was not trained to be obfuscative. Makes me look like I'm being obfuscative.
Mr. Lychwick, you can state a legal objection. You cannot
That's a tough one.
try to testify in front of the jury. I'm going to again instruct the jury to disregard the defendant's statements. The objection is overruled. The jury can draw inferences from the evidence. We are at 4:58, Attorney Thompson. Do you have more than 2 minutes of testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Then we are going to take a break, and we'll break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I caution you that you have not heard all of the testimony in this case. You have not been instructed yet, so do not discuss this case with anyone, even amongst yourselves or with loved ones at home. We are still on track to finish this case and get it to you for deliberations tomorrow, so you can plan accordingly. I am going to have you
come in at...
I'm going to have you report at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
9.
There are a few legal issues that the court can take up with the parties at 8:30, and that would give us a half an hour to discuss some of those issues. And hopefully we can get those issues hammered out by the time that you arrive at 9 so that we can be efficient with your time. So plan on arriving at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will hopefully conclude the testimony and proceed in the case. We are adjourned.
All right. Well, they go to break. We will wrap up, and I'm going to get some more pizza. The password is 1940 5150. Yeah, it's something in German. That's what it is. Passcode was the, it could have been the 4-digit serial number of the Luger pistol. I think it was, what, 4602 or 4206 or something.
Thank you. You may be seated. Detective, you can step down if you would like. Tomorrow, what my plan would be is to convene at 8:30 with the parties. Mr. Lychwick, you would still reserve your right to make a motion at the close of the state's case. I will hear that outside the presence of the jury. So we may have to bring the jury in at 9, conclude the testimony with Detective Stern, have you do cross-examination, any redirect. The state can rest in front of the jury. Detective Stern, the jury will go out, and then I'll hear any motions that you have. And at that point, I'll talk with you about your decision whether or not to testify. Okay, so I'll give you the evening to reflect on that. What I would like to do then from 8:30 to 9 o'clock is go over potential jury instructions and have that jury instruction conference. I know the evidence will not entirely be closed, but at least we can handle most of the instructions, including the substantive instructions, any other instructions. So let's plan on starting with that at 8:30. Madam Clerk, do you have a draft of the instructions done that you can give the parties tonight? Okay, my clerk will give the parties a draft of the instructions tonight to go over, and then we will discuss them tomorrow morning and hopefully get the instructions hammered out. So that way, Mr. Lychwick, depending on how your motion goes at the close of the state's case, if the case proceeds,
I can guess.
whether or not you testify will at least be in the position to, at the close of your testimony, if you have any, go right into instructions and go into closing arguments tomorrow. Does that sound acceptable to the state?
Yes.
Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
Okay, that will be the plan then. Anything else from the state at this time?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Your Honor, if you could order a wheelchair sent to my cell tomorrow, I guarantee you I will be here on time, whether I'm under the weather again as I am or not.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lychwick. I don't control that. That would be a security issue. If that's okay with the jail staff and if that's okay with my bailiffs, I'm fine with that, but I don't have any say over that.
He's
so
turned
I'll
over a
leave that
new
up
leaf.
to the bailiffs and jail staff.
I'll try to make the request then.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Then we are adjourned for the day.
All right. Now we're done. Wow. He's a new man. He's a new man. It's absolutely amazing. I don't know what else to say. I've got a spam call. It's the same guy, I bet. Hang on. Hello? Hello?
Hi, this is Emma from...
Nope, it's Emma. Hung up. All right, we already got one good call in today, so we're done. All right, we've got dinner. I'm sorry, we have to wrap up. It's been a long day. I've finished the Top Rank Media stream from Alaska, 3rd Circuit, Anchorage. That may be the trial we go to next. I think we're going to catch up because this one's wrapping up really fast. That one just started today, and it's supposed to go till June 30th. We are now part of the approved media on that one, which is great. So we get to live stream the court feed. And, yeah, that's it. I have nothing else to say to you other than just I'm going to play the music and go. Do we have a court watcher up in Alaska? Anybody up in Anchorage right now listening? We need your help. Pizza's calling. Quit while you're ahead. Yes, for sure. Emma just called me and objected to you hanging up on her. Well, she called you from a scam number. Don't leave until the music is done. Sometimes there are special cuts to the music. Greeners. Love it. It's like when you go to the theater and like at the very end of the movie, you wait till the end of the credits because there might be that little bonus clip, right? Daughter's in Anchorage. Is she a court watcher or does she want to be one? Send Josh. Josh, what do you think about going from Georgia to Alaska right now? Might have to get so what. I object. On what basis? So what? We might do that. I'm busy, says Josh. You guys are amazing. Thanks to our incredible mods. Appreciate all that you do. You're incredible. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Here's what we have coming up. Obviously, we're finishing this case probably tomorrow. Maybe even a verdict tomorrow. We have a podcast. Well, I don't think we have a podcast tomorrow because Thomas is traveling. But we have the Alaska court going on the Top Rank Media channel, and then the day after we're just going to start the Tyler Robinson hearing soon. So, good stuff. All right, have a good one. We'll see you. Bye.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.